Marine Planning Committee. And these meetings are being recorded. So if you don't want to be recorded, this is not the meeting you want to be on, I guess. We don't record all of our meetings, all of our committee meetings or advisory body meetings, but we do record these Marine Planning Committee meetings, and then they're available for people to watch later. The link will be posted to our website. And yeah, I see a few more people coming in. We have a fairly busy agenda today, which we'll walk through in a moment. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. Let's see. I think we have all the MPC members that we were going to have. There's a couple that alerted us that we won't that they won't be able to be here today. That's fine. Thanks for letting us know. And oopsie. I'm not very good at operating two screens, so that's why I'm talking slowly. So let me just go over a couple of sort of ground rules and a little bit of information, and then I'm going to turn it over to our co-chairs, Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers. Okay, so we have a few guests here. Thank you. We'll introduce you in just a couple of minutes here. The Ring Central platform is pretty intuitive. If you have questions, please use the raise hand feature. That's under reactions down at the bottom of your screen. And I'll depend on Susan and Mike to help keep me track of those if I don't see them. We are taking notes for all the Marine Planning Committee members. There's notes and a copy of the agenda in our notes document in our shared drive. And if you don't know where that shared drive is by now, then you should, but let us know if you need us to resend the link. Susan is very good at taking notes, but anyone else can add on to that. The main purpose of today's meeting is to generate a report that will update the council itself on marine planning issues that are current and relevant, and tee up any decisions that they may need to make. So the committee will be putting together a report that will go in the advanced briefing book for the September council meeting, like we always do. And we'll talk a little bit more about the timing and assignments for that at the end of today's meeting. Let's see. One thing that I think I mentioned to our guests today is that what we typically do is if they have slides that they're sharing, we ask to post those to the meeting webpage just so that people can have access to them. If there's some reason, that you don't want to, maybe it's, information that isn't, fully public or not, then let us know. But again, this meeting is also being recorded, so those slides that are being showed will be available on our recording. But so to be clear about that, let's see. I think that's all I have. So maybe what I will do is turn it over to our co-chairs, Mike and Susan, to see if there's anything else that I missed. And then after we finish this, they can see if there's any agenda changes or anything I missed. And then after that, we'll move on to our first outside presenters who will be giving us some information on offshore wind transmission planning. Katie, Marg, and Travis are here. I think you guys are all three on. Oh, and I will elevate you if you haven't already been. And with that, I will turn it over to Mike and Susan.
Susan, you want to go first?
Sure. I have nothing, so I'll turn it over to you. I'm taking notes. But welcome, everybody. That's the thing I want to say is I think we're going to have a good meeting today. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for that, Susan. And Carrie, I'll just go through the agenda real quick, and then we can decide if we need to make any changes. As you noted, we have Katie, Marg, and Travis from the Department of Energy and PNNL, and they're going to talk to us a little bit about offshore wind transmission planning. That's scheduled to happen from 10:15 to 11. Then we have some BOEM updates at 11, from 11 to 11:30. We'll take our initial public comment period at 11:30 this morning. Then we'll go on lunch. Immediately coming back from lunch, we'll get somebody from the Fish and Wildlife Service to talk about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and its implications on offshore wind energy projects. Then we have some state updates, followed by a tribal update from Steve. That'll be at about 2. Then Lila will grace us with her presence at 2:15 to give us a NIMS update. And then we have some time set aside at the end to discuss some Marine Planning Committee stuff and discussion, and then workload planning and upcoming activities, and we'll get more into that. In terms of assignments, Carrie sent around an email towards the end of last week, sort of highlighting to folks to get ready for thinking about in those lines. I imagine from the state specific items, that'll be relatively easy. The folks leading those conversations can draft something up, send it around to other folks in the state. We can get those dealt with. But with regards to the items like the transmission planning and the BOEM updates and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and things like that, if that is something that is of interest to you, by all means, please volunteer. Otherwise, Carrie will probably volunteer somebody. But that's it. That's all I have in terms of agenda. And I guess, Carrie, we should throw it out now. Are there any potential changes to that agenda? And if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you.
I am not trying to talk, and I don't see any hands up.
Okay. Well, we're ahead of schedule then.
All right, then. If our guests from DOE and Stanford are ready, Katie, Marg, and Travis, then I'll turn it over to you guys. And Travis, thanks. You just reminded me that you turned on your camera, which is totally fine. You're welcome to do that. Some people like to do that when they're presenting because it's nice to see a face with a name, but you're not required to. And most of us typically keep our cameras off. So either way is fine. Anyway, thank you all three for joining us. We really appreciate it. And go ahead and we'll let you run the show.
Okay, super. Well, thank you, Carrie. How's my audio?
Good.
Great. And the slides are
video.
coming
I see the
across?
video too. So
Okay.
or
Super.
slides.
Well, thank you everyone for giving us the opportunity to speak today about our efforts around West Coast offshore wind transmission. And I'll just briefly introduce myself and then my two team members here. So this actually is a multi-threaded effort where we're considering, well, we are conducting an analytical campaign under the guises of the West Coast Offshore Wind Transmission Study. But there is also a corollary convening effort led by Katie Siegel here, seeking to engage with various stakeholders and tribal nations around all things offshore wind transmission in the context of the West Coast. So across the full coastline of California, Oregon, and Washington, that kind of engagement is ongoing. And I think this is just kind of perfect opportunity for us to talk to both efforts at the same time. So my name is Travis DeVille. I come from the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. There are 17 national laboratories under the Department of Energy umbrella. We affectionately call Katie and her larger DOE team as the mothership. We are the ones kind of boots on the ground running the studies, assisting the DOE as needs arise across the various points of emphasis for the nation around energy. We also have, so Katie is leading the convening team, as I mentioned, Katie Siegel. We have a couple Katies here, but just for today, it's myself, Katie Siegel, and then we have Marg Daly. And Marg, I think, is on as well. She comes from the study team. She is recently from Stanford, is working with us, supporting the community values work of the West Coast offshore wind transmission studies. You maybe never thought you'd work on a transmission study, and I'm so glad as a transmission planning person to get to work with Katie and also Marg to kind of consider a different element of that wouldn't typically fit in a conventional transmission planning study, and that's through our community values work. So we want to make sure we bring that forward today, and Marg will speak to that in a few moments. But briefly, I was asked to give a quick transmission 101. So that's what I will dive into. And then we'll go to Katie, and then we'll go to Mark. And then if there are questions around the study, I'll be online, and we try to plan lots of time for questions. About half the time here for presentation and half the time for questions. So please don't be shy. But we're going to start with just trying to kind of give a basic overview of, when I say things like transmission planning or, West Coast transmission networks, or just to kind of level set everyone. I know there are a lot of people here who could tell me a lot of things about fisheries on the phone and all kinds of things that I know nothing about. So I hope that I get your 101 someday, but let me try to give you a very quick overview of the grid as we know it. And the grid is kind of a loaded term. I mean, when we talk about the grid, really it's a series of grids. Typically we think about a bulk system, a bulk electricity system. You might hear BES or bulk, those terms thrown around. That's where energy is produced at large scale, typically transmitted over long distances to load centers where the energy is consumed, power is consumed. Power can also be generated on your roof, right? Or, in your neighborhood or in your city or in your town. And oftentimes that it's near the point of load, doesn't really necessarily need to touch the transmission system. But here we'll talk about going from 1 through 6, kind of the standard bulk layout, and then I can answer any questions you have about distribution networks as well. So starting from 1 and kind of working our way down the path here, electricity typically, conventionally in this country, is generated at large plants. And so typically those have been hydropower, gas, coal, and increasingly now wind, solar, and geothermal plants. So economies of scale, producing so you might consume watts or kilowatts at your home. So we're not just talking about producing megawatts, but in some cases producing gigawatts of power in plants that might be located in some instances. If people know Grand Coulee Dam, for example, 6.5 gigawatts of power out of that dam. So, but it's far away from the load center. So it goes through this chain from 1 through 6 to power. Probably for most of us, I don't know how many people are in the Northwest. That was a Northwest plant I just threw out there. But for me, at least, sitting here in Portland, powering a lot of the energy consumed in my office, for example, comes from that hydro facility and other hydro facilities like that over long distance transmission. So step 2 here are these, long distance high voltage transmission lines. So here, if you're used to 110 volts out of your house or 240 volts at your dryer outlet, we're talking kilovolts here, so thousands of volts, and transmission for over long distances can go as high as 500 kilovolts. And they're on these large, they're not I'll admit, maybe beauty only a mother could love, like these transmission towers aren't the prettiest things, maybe as you drive by in the countryside, but you undoubtedly have seen them in multi-story lattice structures, oftentimes carrying high capacity lines. Across vast distances of the country. Then eventually as the power is carried from the plant over long distances closer to the point of use, there will be substations that then receive those lines, those high voltage, high capacity electricity lines, and then bring the voltages down. If we're going from bulk power production to consumption from 1 through 6 here, these substations in 3 are stepping the voltage down. The voltage is progressively stepped down, less than 69 kilovolts in your neighborhood, could come to far less than that, 13 kilovolts. And then eventually to your house, it's much less, 240 volts typically. So there's a series of transformers that do that on the distribution system, but also in these large plants when there's significant step downs. That's done in a dedicated facility, secure facility, safe facility that's set apart from other things and is solely dedicated to that purpose. Then in step 4, you have these, I'm sure you've seen these before, lower voltage distribution lines. Often they're mounted on a wood pole, and they'll have multiple lines running across that horizontal member there affixed to the wood pole. And that'll be typically in a city, town, in a neighborhood. I know in the neighborhood where I live, I have these wood poles and overhead lines running in an older neighborhood running to houses. Sometimes in newer, very new neighborhoods, I would say these can be undergrounded, or in some cases where there has been some significant wildfire risk arising in recent years and they have had the opportunity to underground. It's quite expensive to underground cable, but you will find some places where cable is underground. In my neck of the woods, again, it's not really the older neighborhood where I live, but the newer neighborhoods that are being developed, maybe you might see lines go in underground. And then finally, there are pad-mounted transformers, a little gray cylinder, maybe hard to see in this graphic, but another transformer, just like the substation, dropped the voltage down all at once, kind of from a really high voltage, 500 kV in step 3 down to something like sub-transmission, 69 kilovolts or less. On these pad-mounted, or these pole-mounted transformers, there's another step down that happens. You'll see these all the time. If you look closely at distribution towers, these wood poles, you will see these little metal cylinders. And if you're ever wondering what those are, so typically are pole-mounted transformers to bring the voltages down to a consumable level. And then finally, power is delivered to your home. If we're thinking about this, distribution grids, we're kind of on these wood poles in that area, kind of downstream of this substation. Power can be generated at the distribution scale as well. And there's a lot of advantages to doing that. But for most of our electricity in this country, and we're talking about offshore wind on the West Coast, we're certainly talking about bulk production, and we're talking about this chain of infrastructure that carries that energy to the point of consumption. So how are these grids, these bulk grids? So now you're seeing, the types of scales, geographic scales we're talking about here. So this is the Bonneville Power Administration footprint in the Northwest. So massive amounts of territory across Washington, Oregon, Idaho, even some parts of Montana there, but primarily focused in the Northwest. Here, you're serving a lot of load across a large region from a diverse array of power production facilities. So how does one, build this system? And it arises over time. It's not something that changes quickly. Planning of that system is critical. This equipment can be expensive. So transmission planning is something that's regulated federally by FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And there are 3, again, that word grid, there are distribution grids, there are transmission level grids, bulk electricity system level grids. And the 3 major grids in this country are the Eastern Interconnection. These are bulk scale. There is the Western Interconnection, which probably a lot of us on the phone here think of, if this is the Pacific group. And then there's ERCOT. So ERCOT is the Electricity Reliability Council of Texas. Texas kind of does its own thing power-wise, doesn't necessarily interchange much power with the other interconnections. There is some interconnection power exchange between the East and the West, but much less between ERCOT and Texas and the other two grids. So across that Western interconnection, we consider the impact of offshore wind detailed resolution in the West Coast Offshore Wind Transmission Study. In terms of the way transmission is managed within the Western Interconnection, a shorter term for that is the WEC, or the Western Electricity Coordinating Council. Entities like the Bonneville Power Administration, PacifiCorp, California Independent System Operator, they manage their own territory, and the territory that will directly be receiving, that could receive offshore wind power flows. So they do their own, there's sort of a bottom-up and a top-down transmission planning effort that happens across the Western Interconnect. Individual system operators, so that could be as small as a utility that has balancing authority through FERC, or a co-op could plan some transmission and distribution upgrades or improvements required by the change in their load footprint and also their generation fleet. And then also at the top, from top down, you have these entities that I mentioned, Bonneville Power, Pacific, really large entities. The ISO is an independent system operator in California. So they do their own kind of top down transmission planning where they project out, needs for new power across a large region. And maybe in some places there isn't much of a change and there isn't a need to provide new connectivity to a particular portion of their footprint. FERC is also regulates these entities, and FERC is rolling out new guidance to help encourage additional interregional transmission planning. So this would be Bonneville and CAISO and Pacific Core West, which is the one in Southern Oregon, Northern California, in the context that we're talking about, to get them to talk to each other more and plan together. So that's something we haven't done well historically, but will be needed as we see the generation fleet transitioning to less carbon intensive sources of power production. And then the costs are directly allocated to ratepayers in various forms. So if one needs to do, so for example, the California ISO just completed the transmission planning process, and some on the phone may be familiar that costs were estimated for upgrades to Northern California, where there really is very limited grid. And here we're talking Humboldt region in particular in that planning cycle. There will be transmission costs incurred over land to enable offshore wind power flows and other reliability improvements to the area. Those costs are estimated by the CAISO. In that case, they're put out for a competitive bid. The actual projects are put out for competitive bid. And then eventually costs such as those would be allocated to those consuming the power. All right, if we jump quickly into offshore wind transmission components, offshore wind's different. It's but in a lot of ways, I come from land-based wind. It's very similar in terms of these major components. So you have the turbines. So let's go from left to right. You've got the wind turbines that generate at significant scale. So these offshore turbines are very large. They can be, if you've seen off the road, you're driving by a newer wind facility on land, you might see something that's turbines that are rated at 3, 4, 5 megawatts. These offshore turbines are at 15 megawatts now and potentially climbing to higher capacities. So that each individual generator is producing quite a bit of energy. The turbines themselves are linked together electrically through inter-array cables. Sometimes you'll hear the term intra-array cables. The point is that the individual turbines are connected electrically, and that's kind of what these yellow lines are showing. And they're also connected to an AC substation, or if there's a direct current transmission to shore, which is what's shown in this image, that will be a converter station. So turbines generate an alternating current, then they push that power through inter-array cables to the converter station. The converter station then turns that power from alternating current to a direct current. So think of the current that comes out of a battery. That's direct current. The reason why you might do that is you might use an HVDC, high voltage direct current export cable, for more efficient transmission of power over long distances. For those of you on the West Coast, you may be familiar with the Bonneville Power Administration and LADWP, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power HVDC intertie, the Pacific DC intertie, that's been around for decades, sending power between the Northwest and Southern California and vice versa. And then we land at the shore. There's a cable landing under the beach, and then we come up into, then the cable will come up into an onshore converter station, which brings the power back to alternating current in this example, where it's consumed and pushed to the bulk electricity system. So you're seeing a high capacity, larger multi-story tower here, a transmission tower, and then eventually through that same chain I told you about before, down to the point of consumption by businesses and homes. So the two green boxes here could easily be AC substations, and in fact, the first parks will be, the first wind power plants will be alternating current substations, and those are the ones that, just like the ones we're seeing arise on the East Coast now. All right, so now what does transmission look like in the context of offshore winds? You've seen the two pieces. You've seen how transmission, bulk transmission, the bulk electricity system operates, and the different components of the bulk system, which very high level overview, very quick. So if there are questions, happy to take them. And then now you've seen, in the last slide, you've seen the anatomy, if you will, for lack of a better term, of an offshore wind power plant and its transmission and its interconnection to a coastal point of interconnection on the bulk electricity system. What's interesting about this problem today is that we really have no example of moving power in this way. The way that in the United States, others have, and other grids have started to develop offshore facilities, and there have been offshore plants in Europe for over a decade. But in our history, not until BOEM auctions in 2013 had anyone considered bulk power production. So people have thought about, oh, it would be interesting to see what a wave converter can do or a tidal turbine, but never have we really thought about moving bulk electricity to land from the ocean. But this is a great source of power potential. 80% of our electrical load is on land in the United States, which is in proximity to these great resources. Also, there are many places on land where on the coast, which have been historically underserved by the transmission system that has evolved over time for a variety of reasons. So some of those being just the fact that they can be in remote locations, like in the West Coast. That's certainly relevant. Okay, so there could be large-scale changes in direction of energy flows and a using of our transmission system in a different way than it was originally planned to be used. And there can be some benefits to that and also some costs that come with that. Okay, so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Katie, and I'm happy to take questions later.
Thanks, Travis. And if you don't mind, I'll ask you to advance the slides.
Happy to.
Hi, everyone. It's really nice to see you all. I see some familiar names and some not familiar names, so excited to meet you. I'm Katie. As Travis mentioned, I'm from the Department of Energy headquarters. So looking at this from more of a bird's eye view, my presentation will just give an overview of what we're thinking about, and what we're really looking for is how we can do this better for you and how you can provide input. So I'm going to provide in my presentation a few ways that you can give us your thoughts and feedback along the way. So you may not have heard of the Grid Deployment Office. That's where I sit. Our mission is to basically keep the power on and make sure that the transmission system in the US is built out responsibly and in a way that's looking towards the future and ensuring resilience, and that making sure that everyone is able to turn the lights on. Next slide, please, Travis. So why is DOE here? You may be asking that. We're not BOEM, we're not doing the siting or any of the turbine planning, and we don't pay for offshore wind generation or transmission. We don't build, own, or maintain it either. And we don't, as I mentioned, decide locations or do any of the permitting. But what we are here to do, what we've been asked to do, is to advance research and to support planning. And I know this is a marine planning committee, and so this is where you all come in. We're thinking about, we're not even at the stage of transmission where we're necessarily doing the planning in some cases, especially with offshore wind, but we're thinking about how best to plan. And so that's where your ideas are very, very welcome. And our role is also to convene people. So we're coming to meetings like this one and sharing what we're working on and looking to have follow-up conversations if that's of interest. And our office does grant competitive funding. And so future transmission projects may be eligible to apply for some of our programs, but there's no guarantee or anything that they would be funded. Next slide, please, Travis. So as I mentioned, we're really early in the process when it comes to offshore wind transmission planning. And our role is to bring people together, like I mentioned, to think about what this could look like in a way that's responsible and holistic and meets the needs of as many parties as possible. And so I want to share a little bit about what we are doing versus what we're not doing. So we're thinking about the future, but we're not prescribing any actions. Nothing that comes out of DOE's work is regulatory or binding or creating any mandates. It's just a kind of a thought exercise of what could happen. We're collecting input through conversations, through workshops that we're holding, but it's not like a formal public comment solicitation. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then what are we working towards? We are going to publish an action plan for West Coast offshore wind transmission. We actually already published an Atlantic version of this. I'll link that in the chat in a second so that you can look at that. I love pointing people to that because it's a really clear visual of what the West Coast report could look like. Of course, it will be different for the West Coast, but you'll see that it's recommendations and kind of some policy actions to back up those recommendations. Next slide, please, Travis. So DOE is funding the work that Travis and Marg are talking about as well. So I wanted to kind of put in context where we are in that process. So we've completed a scoping and a gaps analysis about what is already known about transmission on the West Coast. We have ongoing technical assistance programs, and then where the circle is, we are doing those convening efforts that I mentioned, and then the transmission analysis, the study that the labs are leading, that's ongoing. And from this, we'll put out, as I've mentioned, recommendations and findings, and eventually support implementation as best we can. Next slide, please. So this convening series is throughout the rest of this calendar year-ish. And we're not only holding workshops and webinars, but we're also coming to meetings like this one to hear from you and to make introductions so that you know how to reach out to us if you want to talk more. And those blue and green boxes at the top of the screen, those are the categories of topics that we covered for the Atlantic. Again, they might be different for the West Coast, but you can get a flavor of what we're looking at, which is a lot less technical than what Travis's team is looking at. We're looking at partnership opportunities for better planning. How can like the planning process be better for you all? What are the technology considerations? What are the economics or support initiatives or other policy levers that we can try to put in place that would benefit you all? And then again, what are kind of the siting and permitting processes that you'd like to see based on your personal experience and expertise? Next slide, please. And so we're trying to reach everyone. That's how I would summarize this slide. We have a few different ways that we're kind of grouping that, but we are really trying to reach out to anyone who could be affected by or interact with offshore wind transmission, and trying to hear that feedback. So I won't go into detail about each one here, but I'm happy to answer questions. Next slide, please. And this is a common and very good question. How will input be used? So we have questions about offshore wind transmission. No one has all the answers. We don't have like a plan or anything set in stone. So we're looking for that input that I've been mentioning, and that's where you come in. We're gathering that input, and we will make it into the set of recommendations, but there's ways to kind of provide feedback along the way. So if we think of something, we might be able to share it back with you and get further input and kind of iterate on that together. And we're aiming to publish those recommendations in early 2025. Next slide, please. So here's the golden slide. There's a few different ways that you can reach out to us. So the first is you can email us anytime at oswtransmission, stands for offshore wind, transmission at hq.doe.gov. I check that email, so I will see your email. I'm a real person and I will reply. We're also, and you're the first to hear about this, we're also issuing a request for information through the Federal Register next week, hopefully. And that's where anyone and everyone can provide comments on questions that we've outlined a little bit more structured. So if you don't kind of know where to start, maybe those questions are a good place to start, but you're also, of course, always welcome to email us. And that, like I said, that should be out next week. And I'll link these in the chat, but we also have some background videos building on what Travis had shared, just kind of helping everyone think through what this process is. If, again, very common, people don't know where to start. So if you watch the video and you think, hey, this might affect kind of my role, my work, my operations, I'd love to see X, Y, or Z incorporated into the planning process. That's a great starting point for all of us to, converse and think about what can be done better to help. I think that's my last, actually, sorry, one more slide, please. Yeah, so I just included this. I'm not going to read through all of them, but these are example recommendations that we made on the Atlantic. So you can think this is what it's going to look like for the West Coast. There's like paragraphs built out in the report for each of these line items, but in general, we're recommending things kind of at this level. So you can think about if there's anything in the like policy sphere, or again, like funding, economics, additional research type things that you'd like to see. And that's where DOE can come in and say, hey, we've heard from people that this would be really helpful, and we can elevate that and try to make it happen. So thank you again for the time. I'll pass it over to Mark.
Thanks, Katie. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to go over kind of WildTS, and Travis, feel free to jump in if I'm missing anything here. But the intent and purpose of the West Coast offshore wind transmission study is to really model both power plants and transmission lines across the West Coast with 15 and 33 gigawatts of offshore wind energy injected in 2035 and 2050, respectively. And so, what we're really doing is comparing 4 realistic scenarios, which we call topologies, across these key metrics. A and B are for 2035, and C and D are in 2050. But what we're interested in is looking at the reductions in costs to produce power and the associated emissions. We're looking at the congestion on power lines and curtailment of renewable generation when it otherwise could be used, adequacy of power generation at all hours to meet needs across the system, the reliability under single and multiple plant, substation, or line failures, and resilience under West Coast extreme weather events such as heat waves and wildfires. And I'll note that each of these bullets requires a lot of modeling and collaboration across PNNL as well as with the National Renewable Energy Lab in Colorado. And what we're really doing is informing policymakers, planners, and the industries, as well as the public, of the opportunities and the challenges for offshore wind transmission on the West Coast. So to echo what Katie mentioned, we ourselves are not making any policy decisions. We're using the best available science to be able to inform decision makers on any kind of options or opportunities in the future. And I also want to note that these scenarios are strategic and theoretical, and their intent is not to forecast kind of what the system will look like or the exact spatial planning in the future, but to really show some of the costs and trade-offs if we elevate or minimize different spatial or energy components within the grid. And next slide, Travis. So I just want to kind of give you an idea of what this will look like when we're talking about the offshore component. So there are a number of scientific methodologies to think about how this energy is integrated into the grid system onshore. But given the context of the Spatial Marine Planning Committee, I wanted to show you some things that are kind of going on when we're developing these methods offshore. So these are our 4 topologies, and they are drafts. So these could change before the end of the study. But in 2035, we have a concentrated or distributed topology, where the concentrated topology has 5 points of interconnection, so where that energy is connected onshore. And the distributed topology, topology B, has 9 points of interconnection. And so you can imagine that if you have less points of interconnection, those will require larger build outs versus if it's distributed, each of those might need smaller infrastructure build outs. And then in 2050, we have topology C and D. Both topology C and D include all components that would have occurred in 2035. And so they're kind of further developments or build outs of these 2 topologies. And this is for 33 gigawatts of offshore wind. The difference between topology C and D is whether or not it's within the system operators or between different system operators. And that kind of is more associated with a lot of what's going on in terms of the onshore operations management of energy. Next slide, Travis. So now I want to just transition to how Katie Arkaba and I are really thinking about community values and benefits within the planning of offshore wind transmission. So we know, especially everyone on this call, knows that the ocean and coastal environment provides numerous direct and indirect benefits to humans. And we call these ecosystem services. They include protection from storms, food production, energy production, and jobs, among others. Next slide. Now, typically, we think about human pressures or changes to the environment, but in reality, there are relationships and connections between the environment and people. Next slide, Travis. And so if we kind of reframe this relationship, this is a social ecological framework that we're able to really study ecosystem services scientifically. I just want to show kind of an example of this framework in action. And if you go to the next slide, Travis, I'll do it in the context of coastal risk. So first, what we do is we develop scenarios, in this case, our topologies, that include information such as the theoretical landing, substation, or other infrastructure development locations. These scenarios have the potential to change ecosystem structure, such as coastal habitat buffer, and that then controls hydrodynamic conditions. So the ecosystem service is the protection of land by the environment through the ecosystem function of hydrodynamic control. So we want to understand the change in ecosystem services or the change in avoided flooding or erosion. So these different scenarios will kind of propagate through the system to change this ecosystem service. Next slide, Travis. But that's not really the end of the story, because this onshore energy infrastructure can also really benefit from coastal protection. And we can develop and think about scenarios that leverage habitat buffers to further protect this infrastructure from flooding. So the value of these ecosystem services can be measured via avoided damages and costs. So kind of in a standard way of thinking about the economics and finances. But we can also consider some of the demographics of people affected, such as marginalized communities, maybe communities that aren't able to evacuate, such as kind of people over the age of 65. And so there are multiple ways, including a combination of those two, to really consider kind of the value of ecosystem services. Next slide, Travis. So within our study and through the guidance of our subgroup, which includes federal, state, local governments, tribes, NGOs, developers, and academics, we are considering how different transmission options influence fisheries, which is in collaboration with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, energy resilience, viewshed and cultural landscapes, which is in collaboration with the EPA, and coastal risks to people and infrastructure. Now, as Travis had mentioned, community values is not considered in typical transmission planning. And so applying these methods to this particular chain of events is novel. And so we're not only interested in the findings on the West Coast, we're treating this as an opportunity to elevate our community values methods into strategic energy planning. And I have more detailed slides for each of these topics if you're interested, but I do want to leave ample room for questions about anything we presented. So I'm going to stop here and open it up.
All right, thanks all of you for the presentation. It's highly informative. I guess we'll take this time if there's folks from the MPC that have any questions. I know I have a few, but I don't want to jump and be the first one. So if somebody has questions, go ahead and throw your hand up. And if I don't see any hands, then I will start it off. I don't see any. So I have one for each of you. Travis, you had mentioned the possibility of offshore converter stations, right? We've seen one on the East Coast for I think it's Sunrise, but I think you then clarified it by saying for these first 5 lease sites, you're not envisioning any offshore converter stations. But is that something that DOE and PNNL is kind of promoting, thinking that might be a better option than just going without the converter station?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Carrie. I will say that we did show a DC topology there, or a DC interconnection design in that one slide, which may have been a mistake. I mean, the easiest way and the more technically mature way to connect a power plant today is through an AC export cable. And we have AC cables running under the water in various places in the United States. We also have some DC systems. But when it comes to, if you think about a land-based wind power plant, today it's all AC. 100% of land-based wind power plants in the United States are using an AC alternating current connection to the point of interconnection where they link the power plant to the bulk electricity system. So that's the known technology. And even when you go to the water, AC, three-phase AC cables are those that are most mature technically. There are DC options, and there's a Neptune cable in the Northeast that is a high voltage DC intertie that has been operational for, I mean, at least I think close to a decade by now. Maybe 2016 it was commissioned, but don't quote me on that. There are various reasons to do that. You may need less space. You may be able to carry more power along a given corridor. So New York, for example, is advocating for HVDC interties into the future, but it does require a converter. So it's not just a substation like you see on land-based wind plants or many other power plants, hydro dams. You know, they're using AC substations to transform power, just step up the voltage basically, but it's still alternating current. It's not converting from alternating current to direct current. And that conversion and back, because we consume power with alternating current, and we largely produce power with alternating current, you have to do a conversion on both ends. Those pieces of equipment are expensive, and they're also, I do think there's a lot of promise for HVDC for this country going forward, but they're expensive today. And then the one tricky thing that I did mention about the West Coast is that we have, well, everyone here on this call knows this, so maybe I didn't need to mention it, a very steep continental shelf. These turbines and these power plants will need to float in the water, and that's a huge difference between the West Coast picture and the Atlantic picture. Although even if we project out, you know, the amount of energy that could be produced on the ocean, at some point you go far enough out that you might even float turbines in the Atlantic. The rule of thumb is about 60 meters. So think, you know, 180, 200 feet deep water. Once you go deeper than that, then you're getting near, it's usually economically not justified to embed a tower into the seafloor. You're better off floating on a floating platform. So, but what that means is you would need a floating, because these would be far offshore. Virtually all of the West Coast offshore wind, I mean, everything that we're modeling is floating, floating platforms, floating foundations, which means the converter itself would need to float. Floating converters are not technically mature today. So I believe that the first projects will be AC connected for that reason. There has been some movement on floating. I mean, the oil and gas industry can do some amazing things. If you think about the floating platforms that they have developed on top of pressurized, you know, gas pipelines. I mean, people living on those substations and emergency procedures and design that needs to be incorporated into those very complex technical systems. So this is something that the DOE and myself as a researcher, we think is a solvable problem. And we think it's, there actually is a Department of Energy floating offshore wind shot, an energy earth shot built around dropping the costs and making these technologies more mature technically. And we see that HVDC converters even floating HVDC converters as part of that shot. But in the near term, it'll be AC substations. High voltage AC substations take 230 kV kilovolt, in some cases higher than that. There are various players in the industry who are developing that technology now.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just one really probably quick and easy follow-up. Do you expect less load loss from DC, or you expect, you know, or is there no difference between DC and AC on load loss from the substation shore?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I mentioned the space, you know, being able to carry more energy in a smaller corridor. That's part of the argument, but typically the motivation for DC is lower electrical losses on a per megawatt basis or per MVA basis. So yes, that's the major motivation. The other thing is that AC, this gets technical, but alternating current, long distance alternating current requires compensation along the line. So one would need to either install additional compensation in the AC substation for a long distance AC intertie, or potentially boost it along the way with some reactive power compensation. And that gets expensive and problematic from a siting perspective. So those are really the driving factors. Where we're looking at the generation, it's fairly far away from the coast. I mean, you know, the existing call areas. I mean, if the initial Coos Bay call area, for example, went out to 65 nautical miles offshore from Coos Bay. So, and I believe that's still in roughly the approximate westward boundary of that call. That's pretty far, but then we think about running the cable all the way to a useful landing point and near a useful place on the grid that we have today, a point of interconnection that could receive some power. The combination wet and dry run can get quite long. So DC is direct current transmission is something we are modeling in all future topology sets of our West Coast study post 2035. And even in 2035, we do think it's possible, and California ISO has pointed to this as well, that there could be some use of HVDC on a limited basis, even in that time horizon.
All right, thanks for that. And Steve, Mike, I see your hands up. I just have one real quick question for Marg. You had mentioned a working group with a number of different participants, agencies, stakeholder folks. Is there anybody from the fishing industry that participates in that working group?
Yes, so we have a couple academics who participate in that group from Oregon and Washington, as well as ODFW. So we do have a couple participants who are really interested in fisheries on the state side, and then on the federal side, we have fisheries economists from BOEM. But we are always interested in any kind of feedback or comments on our methods. But for fisheries in particular, we're also working closely with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center to ensure that we're thinking about kind of the state of the science as much as possible, given the versatility and diversity in topics we're interested in.
Okay, perfect. I don't know who was first. Mike, I see you're already off mute, so why don't you go first? Michael?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Roger that.
Okay. I guess I have one question for Travis, and it's about the underground transmission. And is it fair to say that the cost of underground transmission would go to the ratepayers and in the initial capital cost of getting the electricity to where it's got to go, but the forest fires that are created from transmission lines go to the taxpayers? Is that a fair assessment? I mean, it bypasses the ratepayers, but on the other hand, it does hit the taxpayers pretty hard. And I guess, how do those costs compare? And if you throw in the carbon that gets released, I don't quite understand how those forest fires cost, I don't know, but a lot of money. So especially if a town burns down. So
yeah, sure. Yeah,
that's for Travis. I have one for Marge also.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll take that one real quick. Certainly there's significant economic damage when there's wildfire activity ever, and particularly if it affects structures and ecosystem services and towards the content that Mark's speaking to that humans rely on, and even otherwise. What I was speaking to was the cost of changing that transmission system. So if we need to run new overland, or if it was underground or subsea cable transmission, as we stretch the system, the cost there are many ways to allocate costs. Often the utility plans for the upgrade. They will implement the cost under terms of their regulator and their regulatory mechanism, can rate base that cost if it's approved by the regulator. So they could say, I don't know, I'm making up hypotheticals here, but if there was an instance where a utility said, hey, to provide power to my constituents, those that depend on my power across my system, my customers, I need to underground lines to avoid wildfire. The cost to do that is something that if their regulator approved the change and approved their planning and the whole process of putting out for bid, if it was competitive solicitation or if it's something they built, however that is done, they approved their plan to implement that change, they would then also request that utility under the regulator would request the ability to rate base those costs, to have ratepayers pay for it. But there are many other ways transmission can be paid for. Most transmission is paid for in that way. I will also say that coming from the power plant side of that whole kind of anatomy that we showed earlier, much of the system upgrade that's required for my plant to interconnect to the bulk system and to send power out to whoever my off taker is, and that could be a corporation who's paying for the power, it could be a utility, who are paying for that power. The power plant interconnection queue applicant has to pay to upgrade the system oftentimes. So we can kind of hem and haw over, well, then who ends up covering that cost? Well, it's eventually covered through the power purchase agreement that power plant has negotiated for the project, which means that the people who are paying for the power ultimately are, paying for that power and the cost to deliver that power to them. So although that might not be typically considered a rate base or a rate payer, those that are consuming the power are paying, for it's the development of the plant, which includes the transmission component. So I hope that answers your question, but I'll pause.
I think it answers it too well because I don't understand all of it. But I guess the point maybe I'll just touch on briefly, and that is after the billions and billions of dollars in subsidies and everything else that we're doing to reduce carbon emissions, it would seem if we could curb those forest fires back quite a bit, that would be right in line with the theme of what we're doing and spending a lot of money on. So and I don't know how many transmission lines actually start forest fires, but it's some, and there's a lot of carbon in a forest fire for sure. So anyway, that's my take on it. And for Marge, I probably misunderstood what you were saying, but I thought you said that the ecosystem services would be beneficial to the community in some fashion. And I guess you're referring to the transmission lines themselves and the way they're constructed to go through over on land. I don't quite get that, but I guess you have to put in to look at it holistically, you have to see what kind of impacts there are from the offshore wind itself, because if you're decimating communities that have high fishing operations going on there and processing and all the rest of it, plus all the supply chain that goes with that, I don't know how the transmission would, and I probably have this wrong, but it seemed like the transmission, the way you treated that, was somehow going to benefit the communities, or at least not cause any additional economic harm. But the offshore wind, I don't think we've proven it, but it's we've said over and over again as fishing communities that these are going to devastate many fishing grounds, maybe whole fishing operations, because of displacement, and possibly also because of environmental harm that we don't understand yet. And could you explain that a little better, or just tell me if I've got this wrong and what you were trying to say?
No, I totally appreciate the opportunity to clarify, because you are absolutely right. Where we're coming from is the interests of communities for energy infrastructure planning right now is not considered. And that includes industries like fisheries, that includes recreation, that includes kind of looking at coastal risk. So in the example that I showed, we looked at kind of the importance of ecosystem services and how maybe infrastructure will influence a specific ecosystem. a specific ecosystem service, but then also how an ecosystem service can help with offshore infrastructure. But you are totally right in that we are thinking about kind of the potential overlap in offshore wind areas and the fishing industry in particular, and really considering between these four kind of ecosystem services that we're looking at, some of the benefits and trade-offs. So for instance, with energy resilience, wildfires that are happening inland can cause large power outages and brownouts in these coastal communities. And so we do need to think about kind of how offshore wind can potentially provide lasting energy resilience for these communities, but we also need to acknowledge and consider and look at any types of perturbations or changes and impacts to other industries such as the fishing industry. So I think the way that you described it and making sure we're thinking about both the costs and the benefits is the framework that we're coming from.
Okay, thank you for your answer and for presenting today.
All right, we're going to we have two more hands up, Steve and Corey. We're going to go another 4 minutes. So Steve, Corey, if you could be kind of succinct in your questions, and because Nessie's already here and she's supposed to be up a minute ago. So Steve, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I guess this is for Travis. The electromagnetic field, or the that's emitted from these transmission cables, is there a difference between AC and DC in how it could impact fish?
There would be a different, potentially, I mean, I'm not an expert in this area, Steve. There could potentially be a different electromagnetic field signature from a DC cable than an AC cable. I could see that just from a physics perspective, that could be true. But in terms of the impacts to fish, I think that the science so far to date has not shown a significant impact, at least in terms of the studies that I have seen cited. But again, it's not my field. I know that DC cables have also been studied in that way. So I would have to point you to other work. But to my knowledge, to answer your question succinctly, yes, I think it's possible that EMF, the field itself, could be different. Is the effect on wildlife more problematic for DC versus AC? I do not have any information that tells me that's true.
Okay, so I'll just say from a tribal perspective, the tribes are very concerned that once this is built out to the scale we're considering, or that is being considered, that that will have some unknown impacts on, for example, the salmon migration. So it's something we hope you're looking into. And then I'll try to make this quick, but I know that when we had the heat dome in, I think that was 2021, I saw a report from Bonneville Power that the only thing that kept the Northwest from having brownouts was the fact that the Snake River dams were still producing power, and that was because the turbines just weren't turning. And I also know that when we had that cold spell here last December, where Western Washington had very unusual single digits, I saw where Seattle City Light was advising people to conserve power because the turbines weren't turning. So, what if obviously the wind power won't replace what we have in the Northwest with our hydropower, but what is being considered as a backup or supplemental when we have these high pressures and we don't have the wind? And they usually occur when it's very hot or very cold.
Yeah, that is a great question. What I will say is that motivates us in terms of the consideration of resource adequacy. So that's a big part of the West Coast offshore wind transmission study, is consideration of the ability of resources, power generating resources across the full Western interconnection to be able to produce power across a wide variety of meteorological conditions, such as those you mentioned. So I was in Portland in January, ice storm, lost power for days. The heat domes that you're referring to, definitely are something that Bonneville is quite concerned about, where they see depression of horizontal wind shear gradients for their land-based wind fleets. One of the advantages of transmission and transmission planning is linking different resources from different boundary conditions. So the offshore wind, through our work so far, looks to be less susceptible to the same depression of the horizontal wind shear gradient for a high pressure system that's holding over a certain land-based region. That has to do with the thermodynamics of the ocean versus the land. And, we would need climate scientists to explain the whole thing to us. But what I can tell you is that there is great advantage in geographic diversity. And that's something that we're interested in studying in the West Coast study here. And quantifying.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know if Katie or Marge wants to answer this, or not necessarily an answer, but you talked about interacting with the tribes, and do you know all the tribes that are involved? So without answering, I'll tell you that there are 26 tribes involved in the Pacific Council process, 24 treaty tribes in the Northwest, and 2 tribes in California with reservation-based fishing rights. And all those tribes are very concerned about the cumulative impacts to the California current ecosystem and the resulting impact to their fisheries and their livelihoods. So that's a lot of tribes to interact with. And there are some commissions that represent a number of the tribes, but at any time, you may be asked to interact with each tribe individually. So just be aware of that. And the earlier you get start on that, the better.
I can speak to that really briefly, Mike. I know we're close on time and I want to turn over to Bowen, but yeah, thank you so much for that. We reached out to all tribes with lands in Washington, Oregon, and California, and we've had a bunch of tribal workshops and listening sessions on our end. We are open to tribes reaching out individually. A few have, many haven't, which I understand. So if you do have suggestions of maybe like councils or like larger groups that are representing that we may not have touched yet, we'd really be happy to hear suggestions of how we can reach more tribes in that way. But we do have some engagement or some outreach under our belt.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
All right,
much.
Corey, can you be quick?
Somewhat unfair to be quick when no one else was, but no, I'll hold. I just have some detailed questions about what's in our wheelhouse here about the fisheries impact, and I know I've been able to attend a couple of your stakeholder meetings on, I forget what groups you have for the WOW-TS study, but maybe we can ask our NIMS colleagues if they're at some point. I'm interested in always, it seems like a pretty hard thing to do, especially when you're talking 2030 and 2050. So I have questions about details, but we don't have enough time.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Corey, in the slides that'll be provided, we have kind of a simplified slide of some of the questions we're looking to answer. And if you have any further questions, I'm going to put my email in the chat and we can set up a time if you're interested.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you. And this is Carrie. I'll just jump in really quick. For the MPC, I suggest that you guys put some of your questions in our shared notes document. And if you don't get answers from looking at the slides or whatever, then maybe we can follow up by email or phone call or something like that with our guests. So that's all. Happy to follow up. And thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. It was very informative, very helpful, and we will, I'm sure, be in touch again later.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
Thank you all for your time and for the opportunity.
Oh, you're muted again, Carrie. You're trying to talk.
No, I wasn't. I was giving it back to you.
Oh, okay. Well, is Nessie been elevated?
I'm doing that right. Oh, wait, did we lose Nessie?
Nope, she's
I'm
there.
here. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there she is.
Yes.
Yeah, I was able to just unmute. And I think it's usual practice not to have the video, but I could have it on if I need to have it on. But so thank you for giving us the time to give you an update on where things are. I'll just kind of run through all the things that are out there, and then obviously feel free to ask any further questions. Rick Yard is, I believe, also online, so he can answer all the hard questions. So we can elevate him if we need to, Carrie. Maybe you should do that now.
Done.
Great. So just kind of running through the list of the things that we have. First, I just want to thank MPC and the whole council for just, always being there with reviewing our documents and providing thoughtful comments. And so we just appreciate the time that you all put in doing all this planning with us. So just on the first thing for California, the programmatic EIS, we're still on target to have the draft by late fall. Hopefully, I believe you have a November PFMC meeting. So we're hoping that you will have, it would be out before that, but we'll let you know. And then the comment period, we haven't established that, but I think we can accommodate the holidays and the time for that. So PEIS is on track. And that, again, that's for the 5 existing California leases. On Oregon, we're on schedule as projected to put out the final sale notice in early September. And if we're going to have an auction, that would be the middle of October. Again, thanks for the comments there. The documents are still going through review. I guess now it's beyond the region. So, but I wanted to just let you know that we did put in sort of like what I would call buyer beware languages in terms of there's some benthic habitats in the proposed lease area. So that, lessee note that, and also that there are surveys occurring in the area and it'll need coordination with NIMS. So we put those comments, we'll put those in the final sale notice. And also in the lease itself, we incorporated all of the conditions of the coastal zone concurrence with the consistency determination. And we put them all, like in California, it was sort of mixed in by topic. And in Oregon, we put in a specific section for all the coastal zone conditions. So it'll be easier to track going forward. Let's see. We tweaked, some of, but I think we got some comments from some tribes. And so we tweaked the language a little bit to accommodate that. So that as we did in the past, all the documents will be posted on the website, including a response to comments for folks to take a look at. So accompanying that is the Oregon EA. We expect that the Oregon EA will be published very shortly this month. And so I think some of the, I think PFNC had some comments there about adding more details about survey activities and ports. So we tried to do that in the EA. And I think that was all on the EA. If you have any more questions, whatever Rick can tell you, that would be great. So I think, so that's all on Oregon. EA should be coming out very shortly. And then the final sale notice is on track for early September and auction by middle of October. And on California, current lessees, some of you may already be tracking it, that those progress reports that they're supposed to be submitting, those are posted on the website. We put in pages for each of the lessees, so their communications plans are posted. And those are linked to their own, to the lessee side, just because it's meant to be evergreen, right? So if any of the communication plans get updated, then it would all, the link to the BOEM website will automatically be the most current version. So take a look at the progress reports, the communications plans. I believe 3 out of the 5 lessees are in the midst of some surveys. See what else can I tell about California? I think those are it for the lessees. We're continuing to participate in the 7C working group. So just supporting the folks there. And I believe we are trying to coordinate with the Coastal Commission to present on, I think they have asked us to just talk about some of the lease stipulations. So I think we're gonna try and do those. And I'm not sure exactly if that's within the working group scheduled meetings. And then other than that, on the Pacific, we've said it in the past, we are working on Hawaii and Guam. So I think I will stop there and just see if there are any questions.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Nessie. I have 2 while folks may want to raise their hands. So the proposed sale notice, and I forget the number, it was 4 or 5 qualified bidders for Oregon. Have there been additional potential lessees who have qualified to bid, or are we still looking at that number?
I think we'll say that we'll publish that in the final. You know, all the qualified bidders at this will be published. It'll say that in the final sale notice.
Okay, thanks for that. And then my second question is, and I don't know if you can answer this or not. I know that some federal agencies are reviewing their regulations given the Loper decision. Is there something going on at headquarters where BOEM was looking at some of their past regulations to see if they would survive a Loper challenge?
I'm not aware of that. I will have to look at that.
Okay, thanks for that. And then I see Steve and Jessica. I have no idea which of you was first.
Steve can go.
Jessica came off mute first, so you got it.
Okay, mine's quick. Nessie, I think I missed it. You were talking about the final EA and some of the edits to that based on public comment. Can you go into detail one more time about that? I heard something maybe about ports, but I missed it.
I mean, I think it's just that we sort of just added additional details. There are some requests. I don't have the exact, details that were added, but we just added more details on the survey activities as well as some of the ports, just based on comments that folks were wanting to know about. I don't know if Rick has anything to add to that.
I think that's about what I'd have to say as well, Nessie. It's just, the comments were asking for more detail, and we tried to beef up those pertinent sections as we could. So.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. Steve Scheibler.
Yes, thank you, Nessie, for that. And my question is regarding the California lease area bid credits. I'm wondering if you or Rick could just say a little bit more about what those credits can be used for and what they might not be used for.
In terms, so the California, are you asking, so what's in the California, which I think we've said this to you guys before, we're going to do the same for Oregon. So the California bid credits, there are 3 kinds. There's the workforce training or supply chain investments. And so those, the lease is pretty specific in terms of what types of projects and contributions will be acceptable. And it's really, excuse me, focus on floating offshore wind. I mean, so for workforce training and supply chain. It's intended to benefit the whole industry. So in other words, it shouldn't be what the project proponent is proposing for its project, right? It has to have an overall industry benefit for it to count as a bidding credit for workforce supply and workforce training and supply chain. The other two credits are for community benefit agreements. So the first is the lease area use CBA, and that is really for parties that have used the lease area or have harvested from the lease area. So, I mean, the lease area use CBA is primarily for fishing. And then the other CBA is what we call General Community Benefits Agreement. And so this is intended to help with impacts to the general community from the project. And there are some specifications on who can qualify, but you know, it's pretty broad in terms of who all can qualify there. And it's not meant to duplicate the lease area use CBA, so you can only use one of the two for, say, fishing, right? And it can also, the CBAs also cannot be those that are required under any kind of NEPA review. So if they are going to have to do this under NEPA, then they can't use that as a CBA and get the bidding credit. And again, these bidding credits are incentives for the project proponent. It's not intended to mean that that's all they're going to do. You know, some of them will probably do other things, but it's just these are the ones that would qualify for the bidding credits.
Thank you for that. To maybe dwell further on this question. So things like for the for the lease area bid credit, things like gear loss claims, direct impact claims, and or funding some sort of a resiliency fund, those would all be allowable under as uses under the bid credit.
Yes.
And is there anything that really would not be allowed under the lease area bid credit?
No, those would be under the lease. I mean, it could be under. Well, I mean, theoretically, it's just that you can't have credits for both, right? You can call it a general CBA, or you can call it lease area use CBA. The first one is just more intended to handle the users of the lease use area, but the general CBA, as long as you can show the impact with a community, you would be able to qualify. So I guess I mean, if it's for fishing, then the lease area use CBA could handle that more directly, but it's not to say that it can be incorporated in a broader general CBA, as long as it meets the qualifications and the intent of the CBA. Is that?
Yeah, thank you very much. And maybe one further follow-up. Can you explain how the bid credits were, the lease area bid credit, how the percentage was determined? What were the factors that determined it to be 5%?
Well, I think, so we have to start from like the top, that, you know, there's a 25% cap that BOEM has used because it's really where at a point where you can, there's still fair return, but yet provide enough incentives for developers or potential bidders. And so it was just, it's based on like understanding of what, and I hate to say it because, you know, like we have no workforce training or supply chain existing for floating offshore wind. So like the investment to make that happen is quite significant. It's not to say that, you know, the least use area CBO generous is only worth 5%. So I don't want to create that impression that, well, we think fishing is only worth 5%, right? It's just that we're working with 25, and it's an attempt to basically recognize the magnitude of the investment required in the supply chain. And again, this is not in itself the all that a lessee could do, right?
Yes, okay. Thank you for that.
Susan, you had your hand up, then you lowered it. Was that an intentional lowering, or did you click a button?
Yes, I'm good for now. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Mike, go.
Can you hear me okay?
Still can, yep.
Okay. If the two major workforce areas to construct or manufacture or assemble or manufacture these turbines is in, I'm assuming the workforce is connected with the manufacture and the assembly of turbines, but maybe I'm wrong. But if it is in Seattle and Los Angeles, does that mean that money gets devoted to the areas in Seattle and Los Angeles and not the coastal communities?
Well, what we cannot direct where money is spent, right? But we try by saying that it has to be focused on floating. So floating is associated with the West Coast potential development. And it just kind of depends on, like, I'm sure you guys are tracking that the ports are really becoming very proactive in terms of doing all the environmental work to look at what a port upgrade would be, both at Humboldt and Long Beach. And so I think our ports here in California are at least trying to, put its best foot forward as to its capabilities. And so I think at the end of the day, as long as it's focused on floating, we do not direct exactly where, should that be in California or should it be in Washington? But I think the economics and the incentives may already dictate that those happen on the West Coast.
And the second question, this is a real quick one. Being old, my memory isn't what it used to be. Can you tell me again what the percentages are for the CBA? The outlay of money.
Actually, California.
Go ahead.
20% workforce supply and workforce training and supply chain, 5% leased area UCBA, and 5% for general CBAs. And just so you know, and you've probably seen this in the PSN, like the percentages are a little different in for Oregon because of the way they're calculated. In California, the percent is calculated from the cash portion of the bid. For Oregon, we just made it simpler. It's based on the total bid. So effectively, the 25% in California is really, it's like more 23% when you compare it to Oregon. So I think it'll be consistent in terms of the amount, the credits for each of those three buckets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Scott McMullen, please.
Hey, Scott, this is Carrie. I'm sorry to interrupt before you start. Just real quick, I want to get a sense of how many people might be wishing to make public comment, because coming up at 11:30 is our public comment period. So just raise your hand if you are planning to make public comment during our public comment period. And Scott, go ahead.
Scott, are you trying to talk? If so, we can't hear you.
it looks like you're unmuted, Scott, from what I can see. So maybe you muted your own computer, or is your microphone button on? Still can't hear you.
While we wait for Scott, is there anybody else from the MPC that has questions for Nessie? Well, Carrie, do you want to take comments now, and then if Scott rejoins, or if he gets back to his computer, if he figures it out, we can just bring him in during comment?
Yeah, let's do that. I only see one hand up for public comment, so we can turn to Larry, and then if Nessie and or Rick or Ingrid can stick around for a couple minutes, we'll see if we can get Scott unmuted. But we only have the one public comment, so why don't you go ahead, Larry?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Roger that.
Okay, thanks. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. So I wasn't sure that I would be making any public comment because as has happened sometimes in the past, during your member discussions, there was some time for the public to weigh in and ask a few questions along the way. And there have been good questions asked and not much time to interject that if and when possible. So I'm gonna be basically trying to interject, I guess, my questions here and wrap it into the public comments. So relative to Nessie and her presentation, I was curious to know, or I should say I noticed that she didn't mention anything about Washington in the BOEM updates, and maybe she could explain that or help clarify that, or
Sure.
or summarize what's been happening. And then in terms of, I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the work the MPC and the PFMC has done so far. And as we know, despite calls from almost every corner to slow these processes, BOEM continues to set the stage for action before sufficient understanding of impacts. That's just a general, I think, shared feeling amongst almost all of the stakeholders and tribal sovereigns that have presented along this path for quite some time. But I have some specific questions that I'm hoping might be asked of during the bird discussion, the avian species discussion, and offshore wind potential effects in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I wanted to point out, first of all, that there was a failure of references to protected avian species in the NCOS suitability model, specifically the short-tailed albatross. And yet, at the same time, there is this expressed and continued emphasis on conservation concerns by U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NIMS on commercial fishing interactions and possible mortality and serious injury, but little or no expressed or similar concern with potential blade collision risk or other OSW interactions with the avian species generally, and specifically the endangered short-tailed albatross. I have some. So I find that a pretty glaring omission in research and within that NCOS suitability model, which was heralded by many as a great forward step in our establishment of what some of the impacts potentially could be. And there were some pretty big holes in it, and I think this was one of them. So the take threshold that was established by the biological opinion that drove the action of the PFMC, estimated is to be 5 estimated or 1 observed albatross over a 2-year period. And this is the short-tailed albatross is a pretty vulnerable population. And yet, like I say, there's just been no real consideration of what might be the potential takes that could occur from the development of offshore wind, especially with a full build out. So I'd be curious to know what would be the expected or threshold takes for offshore wind activities. And again, especially from the risk of blade collisions. I'd also like to know how observed or modeled potential takes would occur with OSW, and if a take threshold would be established for offshore wind activities, and then how would that affect the biological opinion on the estimate or observed takes in the groundfish fishery. Further, what happens if the groundfish fishery takes exceed the threshold? Or what happens if OSW takes exceed the threshold? And would the threshold itself be in addition to the threshold, the biological opinion, and according to the presentation in 2023 from NMFS to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council on what that biological threshold opinion means? I'm trying to find it, forgive me. It says the purpose of the proposed action was to further reduce interactions between ESA listed seabirds and groundfish longline gear relative to current levels of take, and was needed to comply with the 2017 USFWS biological opinion by minimizing endangered short-tailed albatross take to levels judged not to jeopardize the continued existence of the species. So we have this pretty low threshold for takes within the groundfish fishery, and yet we have had no examination or any research presented that I'm aware of, and perhaps we'll soon have some in this next session, what those thresholds might be for offshore wind development. So the other question might be, will the thresholds that may be established for offshore wind then be additive to the thresholds for the groundfish fishery? Or will the expectations of takes not to exceed 2 in 5 years, or 1 an observed take in 1 in 2 years, be the limiter for all of those activities? So these are some of the questions that I have that I'm not sure I would have had the opportunity to ask, because I'm sure and I hope the members will be asking questions that would fill most of the time that would be available otherwise for me to ask. And that concludes my public testimony. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Larry. And I see we got Scott back, and definitely food for thought, Larry, when we have Fish and Wildlife Service on here. Scott, are you ready?
Yeah, I think so. You hear me now, Mike?
Roger that. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy. Thanks for taking questions. Just a quick question on the community benefit agreements. I recognize this might be a fairly new topic for BOEM over the last few years, but to ensure the efficacy of the programs, if I said, hey, I'm from a community college and we've got a workforce training program, we'll take a bunch of the money. How does BOEM ensure that money is spent wisely and that the training is actually getting accomplished and done? Is there an office that manages that, or how do you handle that? Thank you.
There are actually documentation requirements and enforcement requirements in the lease documents themselves to verify that the contributions were made, up to including showing us receipts. And so, that is how we would enforce it, would basically through those provisions that of documentation and enforcement that we have in the lease. And
I'm not sure you quite understood my question. It wasn't. I'm not. I understand that you're checking to make sure that the lessees are making the payments. The question I had is there any monitoring of the recipients of those payments, the recipients of the community benefit agreement funds, to see that those payments are doing, like say workforce training, for example. Is there any monitoring to see that that workforce training is really efficient and taking place?
I think that, obviously these are going to be community benefit grants between the parties, right? So there are those enforcement mechanisms to make sure that that is happening between the party and the beneficiary. And if they don't make the contribution that adds up, then they would have to pay back the value of their bidding credit plus interest. I mean, ultimately, that is really the recourse, is that they would pay back the bidding credit value.
Okay, thank you.
And Mike, on Larry's point, we're not doing anything in Washington. I think the state did, they commissioned a report, and I think they're trying to figure out what they would, what they would like to do. But BOEM is not doing any planning in Washington.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have any other questions for Nessie or public comments? All right, Griffin, I'm throwing it back to you.
All righty, thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of public comment, and we're pretty much right on schedule. We have a 45-minute lunch schedule, 11:45 to 12:30. So at 12:30, please join back in, or a little before 12:30. And next up on the agenda is Mike Green from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, giving us an update on offshore wind energy and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Recall that was a request from the council at the June meeting, one of our previous meetings. And then we'll move on with the tribal nymphs and state updates and take it from there. So if no other questions or comment, I want to thank our BOEM colleagues for joining us. Nessie and Rick and Ingrid Biedron was also on, so thank you very much. And yeah, unless you guys have something else, let's break until 12:30.
No, thanks for the opportunity. We'll try to listen to the rest of the agenda too. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Nessie, appreciate it. All right, you guys can leave and then rejoin if you want, or just stay on the meeting. I'll leave it open, of course. Please mute yourself if you haven't already, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. All right, well, I showed 12:30, so I hope everyone got at least a little bit of a lunch break. And we will now move on to the afternoon portion of our agenda. Just as a quick reminder, we're going to start off with a presentation from Mike Green with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on offshore wind energy and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. That was requested at a recent council meeting. And then we'll move on to our state-by-state updates, and then have a tribal update and a NIMS update. Lila Issei is with us now also. Thank you, Lila. And then we'll move on with the almost the last agenda item. And we have another guest joining us, Karina Nielsen from Oregon Sea Grant. That's scheduled for 2:30. We have 45 minutes scheduled for this item on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. I think Mike has some slides he'll share and has a presentation, and then we can do Q&A. And as always, we'll give priority to the Marine Planning Committee members if we still have time. And then we'll open it up for other people who are not on the committee if they want to, they have some questions for Mike. Sharing, perfect. And then just the last thing I want to say is that the request from the June meeting was that the council had some interest in exploring the Migratory Bird Treaty Act provisions regarding the take of seabirds as it relates to offshore wind energy development. So I approached Mike and also Roberta Swift from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And they, well, Mike, I think Roberta's out of town, but Mike agreed to come and speak to this committee meeting today. So unless Susan or Mike Conroy have something they want to add, then you can just jump in. But if not, let's turn it over to Mike Green. Thank you, Mike. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. And I'm trying to get the share right. I'm not sure that is, you're seeing it in presentation mode yet.
I don't, and sometimes it's a little glitchy. Yeah, that's what happens when you go to the slideshow.
Yeah,
it like kicks you off.
let me try this.
Oh, that looks good.
It looks a little small though.
It's a little small.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Let me get this right. Stop sharing. Give me just a sec, folks, while I work out if I can do this.
No problem.
In that show.
I don't know if you have it saved as a PDF, or maybe that's what you tried. Sometimes that works better.
Display settings. Swap presenters, live view. This might do it. Let me give this one more shot.
Okay. Not seeing anything so far.
How about that?
That looks good. Will it let you advance?
I hope so. let me go back. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. You're in business.
Sweet. Okay. Lost my screen to you guys, but that's okay. Thanks for having me. I will do my best to cover the topic that you asked us to cover. I am the Deputy Chief of Migratory Birds out of the Portland Regional Office. We are in Fish and Wildlife Service. Our Pacific Northwest region covers the states of Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Hawaii, and the Pacific Islands. And I'm not sure everyone's point of beginning in terms of understanding the Fish and Wildlife Service, but there are several divisions. And this is the division of migratory birds. So we are distinct from refuges, for instance, and fisheries, and from ES, the Endangered Species Group, and science applications, etc. But we are exclusively migratory birds, and we call ourselves Migratory Birds and Habitat Program. Roberta Swift is our seabird biologist and actually is our point person on offshore wind. She's unavailable in Peru at a big meeting down there. So lucky her, and I got the short straw. So here I am, but it is still my pleasure to talk to you guys as much as I can be informative on this topic. So I'm going to launch in to a little bit about Migratory Bird Treaty Act, MBTA for short, a little bit about incidental take under that act. Carrie, you asked me also to do a little bit of a contrast with ESA, the Endangered Species Act, so I'll do that. And then I'll end the talk with several slides on kind of our perspective on seabirds and marine birds and what we know about them and what we don't know about them, and in terms of their vulnerability to offshore wind and some ideas there. So let me start first on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. You'll notice it's very old. Dates back to 1918, based on treaties established a couple of years earlier. First one with Great Britain in 1916. These are international treaties. We also have one with Mexico in 36, in Japan in 72, and Russia in 76. I think those were the foundational treaties, our international treaties. Anyway, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is the implementation of those international treaties to protect birds. And it's the cornerstone of bird conservation. And it prohibits, its statement on take is all in regulation, actually. It's not in the act itself, but it's in implementing regulations under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And it states this about take, that take is prohibited at any time by any means or in any manner, any migratory bird or any part, nest, or egg of any such bird, unless you've got a permit, unless you're authorized to do so by the Secretary of Interior. Now, I will tell you that there has been a lot of controversy over the years, decades, about exactly what this means. And I'm not going to launch into much about what that controversy is, but I'll tell you a little bit. It revolves around the definition of take, whether it's intentional or not, but that's not really the topic of this conversation. So the permit that I spoke of, if we authorize take, permits allow for the take of migratory birds that are compatible with the terms or carry out the purposes of the Migratory Bird Conventions. The conventions are those treaties that I talked about. So that's in broad strokes kind of what our permits do, all under regulations under MBTA. So here's a little bit more of the definition. As I said, it takes defined under regulation, not the act. But the take definition includes take is to pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect. Attempt to do those things. There's a bit more regarding international or trade across state lines, et cetera, like things like that. And I'm putting this statement up because when I get to the ESA part of the talk, that's where there's some differences in the definition of take between the two acts. We'll get to that. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act does not protect inactive nests. Do I have a definition of that here? Yes, I do not have a definition of inactive nest. So an active nest is any nest that has an egg or a chick in it. An inactive nest is one that's not being used. It's not doesn't have an egg or a chick. You're not allowed to possess the nest, but you can certainly destroy inactive nests. Importantly, also a distinction with ESA, Migratory Bird Treaty Act does not have a way to protect habitat. So there's no habitat provision under MBTA currently. Okay, here's this funny part about intentional and versus incidental take. So intentional take is any take that results from the purpose of the action. So you go out and intentionally take a bird, shoot it. It's in your sights, you take it. And we generally have permits for all those things that you might do and want to do that for. We have lots of different permits for intentional take. And I'll get into a few of those later. In contrast, incidental take is take that directly or foreseeably results from, but is not the purpose of an activity. So you're driving down the road and oops, you hit a bird. Or your windmill is spinning and darn it, an albatross collided with the blades. That's incidental take. We don't have any permits, no way to authorize incidental take currently. However, for many years now, I've been a member of the Migratory Bird Division for 24 years. And for probably the last 15 or 16 years, we've been working on and off on a way to authorize incidental take, but we don't have that done. And there are lots of reasons for that, but we are getting close. And by close, I mean maybe a couple of years out, depending on administration priorities. Just put it that way. However, so maybe in the future we will have a way to authorize incidental take, which is illegal, but currently we do not have a way to authorize that activity. Okay, so take-home messages: killing a bird intentionally or incidentally is prohibited. Only active nests are protected. There's no habitat provision. Hazing and harassment is not prohibited. You can go out and shoo away birds, and there is no legal repercussions for that. In fact, we encourage hazing and harassment if it can prevent bird deaths down the line. That's a way of actually mitigating take in many cases. I threw in a little bit of Eagle Act here, but if it's protected, if a bird is protected by any one of those statutes, there are some listed birds that are also MBTA covered, and eagles are covered under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but not now by ESA. Anyway, if a bird is on any one of those lists, it must be in compliance with all of the lists that are applicable. That is, the restrictions on any of those, under any of those acts. And so maybe there's a good point to say that under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, we have a list of birds that are covered under that act. We call it the 1013 list, because that's where it falls in our Code of Federal Regulations under 50 CFR 10.13. Anyway, we update that list periodically, and we have to change it every now and then, the list of birds protected under MBTA, because of various taxonomic changes that the scientific community recognizes, or distributional shifts in birds that suddenly put them in the US, whereas they didn't occur earlier. And that stuff happens with great frequency, actually. So every now and then we update the list, and currently there's, I think, roughly 1,100 species on that list, and it shifts up and down based on those things I mentioned. Okay, here are some common permit types that that fall under intentional take. So scientific collecting: if you're studying a bird for various reasons, we issue these to scientists studying things like diet or whatever. We issue scientific collecting permits. Depredation permits: there are specific definitions of what constitutes depredation, but we can issue permits to relieve economic conflict between maybe ravens or double-crested cormorants, for crop, livestock, fish-eating bird issues, to avoid collisions at airports, which we call our BASH permits, things like that. So we can issue depredation permits under certain circumstances. There's another category of permits called special purpose miscellaneous. This is kind of the catch-all for things that don't fall into the other two categories, scientific collecting and depredation. So, but we can issue these special purpose permits if they show a benefit to the bird populations generally. There's also a research provision. We don't generally issue those research or scientific. We generally issue science and research permits under scientific collecting, but nonetheless, that little part sits in there under special purpose in the regulation. If there's a concern for individual birds, sometimes we'll issue these special purpose miscellaneous permits. And if there's, the real catch-all is compelling justification. So there's not standard language around what constitutes compelling justification, but we have issued permits under compelling justification. There's some kind of subcategories of special purpose miscellaneous to relocate nests. And in doing a relocation, you're actually in possession of the nest, which is otherwise illegal. So you need a permit for that. And utilities, the transmission industry, for instance, electric utilities sometimes need permits if they need to collect birds during post-construction monitoring. So they're out there looking for electrocuted birds or birds that fall into the ground under wind turbines. We ask that they collect those birds, and they can sometimes use them also for other purposes later, such as, I don't know, checking on the efficacy of monitors that go out and look for these dead birds. They can throw out some carcasses that they've kept in the freezer to see how good their people on the ground are at finding them. So some special categories there. And I think I talk about a couple of the things that we have authorized. I'm sorry, is there a question? No, okay. A couple of incidental take permits we have authorized that fall under compelling justification. Well, one generally is the DoD readiness rule. So all agencies, DoD has a special incidental take provision for military readiness, and they have it's not a blanket incidental take, you could just ignore birds type of a thing, but in very specific circumstances, the DoD has a pass on incidental take for military readiness, and that's a whole thing unto itself. But a couple of other instances where we have issued incidental take permits under miscellaneous permits has been a longline fishery in Hawaii. And also for island invasive control. So where there are rats or cats or things that we're trying to get rid of on offshore islands, which offshore islands, by the way, are super important for nesting seabirds. And they don't do well with rats or mice or things like that have been introduced over the years. So these island invasive eradication programs involve rodenticides and things like that, which sometimes a bird that's nesting there or that's hanging out there will pick up and then die incidentally. But in that case, the compelling justification is long-term benefit to the resource bird populations, because the response of birds to successful eradication programs is phenomenal. And that's a case where it makes sense to allow for a little incidental take alongside the activity of getting rid of predators. But the primary strategy we implement in our program for reducing incidental take is really to mitigate it up front by paying attention to what you're doing and implementing mitigative actions in the process of doing your work. Curtailing turbines during certain times of the year, or this is up for land-based stuff, or cutting down vegetation during the non-nesting season, stuff like that. Those are common practices to reduce incidental take, and we offer that guidance all the time out of our office. Okay, ESA. And tell me to go faster or slower. I don't know how we're doing on time, but we're about a third of the way through. Okay. Generally, ESA is a little different because the goal is to protect and recover imperiled species that are on the list as threatened or endangered, and the ecosystems upon which they depend. So there's the habitat provision right up front in ESA, and all those things are in the act itself rather than by regulation. And their definition of take includes the two terms harass and harm. That's different than under Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So harass is an act that creates the likelihood of injury by disrupting breeding, feeding, and sheltering behaviors. And remember, I told you that we actually advise people for birds that aren't listed to harass them occasionally, to shoo them away so that they don't become a problem. So this is different under ESA. You cannot do that under ESA for listed species. And harm is an act that kills or injures wildlife. Okay. Basically, MBTA is to conserve birds, and ESA's goal is, the purpose is to recover them. MBTA definitions of take are different there. I just kind of already went through that, and the bald eagle is obscuring your view of everything under that definition. Nonetheless, harass and harm are the big differences. For habitat, I mentioned this, no provision under MBTA, but ESA can regulate it if it constitutes harm or harass, and the activity may include significant modification of the habitat or degradation. And I should mention also that habitat can be specifically identified as necessary for the recovery of some species. So specific tracts of land are identified as important for the species. And I am not the ESA expert. There are probably people out there in the audience here who are. So forgive me if I misstate a few things. Short-tailed albatross is listed. There's an albatross species that is in our Pacific Oceans. Off to the shoulder of it is a black-footed albatross, but here's a short-tailed albatross, and I'm guessing this is one of the couple that are starting to nest out on Midway in Hawaii. And then more famously, the marble and murrelet, which we all know a little bit about, nests on land in the tops of old growth trees within 50 miles of the coast, and then flies out to sea for the rest of its life on the ocean, but comes in to breed. Here are other species that aren't listed, but they are on a list that Migratory Bird Division keeps. And that list is called the Birds of Conservation Concern. This is a special list. Remember, I mentioned there are about 1,100 species listed under MBTA that are protected under MBTA. But our program highlights a subset of those. I think the number is like 269. Under the Birds of Conservation Concern list. And these are species that are on the way down without further conservation action, could end up as listed under ESA, and we're trying to prevent that. So another term you might use is at-risk species. These are just Birds of Conservation Concern. So we have an official publication that we update. It's supposed to be every 5 years. The last issue was in 2021, available on the web. And a couple of them, of the seabird types, are here. There are others, but there's Laysan albatross in the left coming in at you, and the black-footed albatross, the face of one anyway. And then this lower right-hand one is the pink-footed shearwater, a bird that spends a little bit of our summer in our waters, and then spends its summer breeding down in the southern hemisphere. So on to what we know and what we don't know. So birds are everywhere, even the most remote parts of the ocean. And we know that the way they behave over the ocean varies by species. Albatross for instance, concentrate along these productive zones, these upwelling areas where the continental shelf drops off, and you get these upwellings, incredibly productive. And albatross spend a good deal of time there, for instance, as do actually a lot of other shearwaters, smaller relatives of albatross. Phalaropes, on the other hand, and phalaropes are, I don't know where your starting point on birds is, but phalaropes are basically a type of shorebird, kind of a sandpiper of the ocean in a way. It comes onto land to breed in the Arctic, but then spends a lot of its time, a couple of the species do, out at sea. And storm petrels, another shearwater type, but really small. They're truly pelagic, not necessarily hanging out in these productive zones where there are these upwellings. So the way marine birds behave really depends on the species. This we know. The risk of injury due to collision is definitely a possibility for some of these, but it also differs by species. And we also know that one of the effects of wind power for some marine birds is that they avoid certain areas where you have wind power developments. And this we know from studies in Europe. And that displacement can result in the loss of feeding and in loafing habitat where they otherwise might be spending time feeding. They're avoiding those areas. And we believe that increases the energetic demands and costs to the species ultimately. So you have direct effects through collision and then sort of indirect effects due to the avoidance or displacement. And then wind developments also have a land component because that energy needs to come ashore. And there are effects there with the development, with habitat loss and disruption of habitats on land. Okay, moving on. What we don't know, it's a lot bigger list of things. Flyway level information for marine birds is incomplete. So there's a great site that BirdLife International and partners have put together, which is working to identify pathways of marine birds across the world's oceans, trying to get a better handle on what these birds are doing. There's not a lot of great data, as you might expect, for how birds move in the oceans. We know a lot more about land birds than we do about what marine birds are doing. And so because of tremendous losses in marine birds, we've got some data that show that we've lost 70% of the world's seabirds over the last 50 years. That's a huge number. And so a lot of people are focused on what the threats are and more about their movements and how they're using the oceans. And so BirdLife International is doing a great job of studying how birds are moving using all sorts of data sets and lots of data contributors who have tracked birds, put satellite transmitters, for instance, on birds, which enable us to track them real time across their life cycles. And it turns out that they are transiting, longitudinally and latitudinally, and using great swaths of the ocean and doing these things and living their lives and coming to land to breed on these remote islands or sometimes mainland sites, but then out on the ocean for the rest of their lives. The stories actually are pretty incredible about the way these birds move across the oceans. Some of the longest transiting of sites of area. So there are recent publications, as you probably know, Bureau of Oceans and Energy Management has put out some publications on to get a better handle on distributions of birds out in the Pacific, particularly, but also in the East Coast, the Atlantic. This publication here has lots of maps of modeled distributions based on transect data at ocean transects. And this map that shows the predicted density of pink-footed shearwaters, one of those birds of conservation concern on the Pacific coast. And many other species are in this publication. Also, they've developed this Oro wind map with also predicted distributions of different species. This is a black-footed albatross, predicted distribution of black-footed albatross based on lots of different data sets. So these are model data that are helping us to understand where impacts are most likely to be for some species. And a USGS publication came out a few years ago about collision displacement vulnerability for marine birds in the California Current System, or CCS. And the results of that were updated recently, which and the update predicted that phalaropes and tropic birds are more vulnerable to collisions, and pelicans and sea ducks are more vulnerable to displacement than the earlier publication, the 2017 publication. So as we gather more data, we're able to refine sort of our understanding of where vulnerabilities of seabirds might be. More about what we don't know. A lot of studies have been done in the Atlantic where there are no albatross. And so albatross are a big concern of ours. Long-lived birds, very low productivity, and the removal of adults from the population have large consequences for the overall population growth. So we are concerned about albatross. There, fortunately, there's better science that is now being applied to answer some of these questions. I'm going to point out a little bit of work by Stephanie Schneider, who is using new technology, thermal tracking, modeling 3D bird distribution to better model where seabirds are over the oceans. So one of the big questions is, how high are they flying? How much time do they spend in the airspace of the rotor swept area, which for our purposes we'll say is greater than 10 meters above the ocean? And she's done some great modeling. I can't show you some of the slides that I've got because I don't have her permission to do that. These are relatively new data, but she's really dialing in how much time birds are spending in the rotor swept area of turbines. And one thing I'll tell you is that the amount of time they spend up in the greater than 10 meters height above the ocean depends entirely on wind speed. The higher the winds, the more likely they are to be in that zone. So look for more data there. There's a little bit about that. And she's also done this by species, and she shows that sooty shearwaters, probably just by sheer numbers, and gulls make up most of the community of birds that spend time in that above 10-meter zone. But that, shearwaters, these true seabirds, shearwaters, albatrosses, petrels, do spend time up in that zone, as I mentioned, particularly in higher wind speeds. And so she's modeling all this. This is actually adding a lot to our understanding of how birds move. One example is her thermal detection work, where she's actually calculating the passage rates of birds in that zone. And most of the day and most of the birds are spending time below that zone, fortunately. But there are times when birds are up in that upper zone. And these are points based on one of her graphs. Don't ask me all the details of this graph, but you can see that in that reddish zone above between 10 and whatever it is, 260, close to 270 meters, that vulnerable zone, there are lots of detections of seabirds in that area. So this is cool stuff. We're getting more of an understanding of how birds move. This is some of the what some of the models look like, and some of the predictive results that she's coming up with.
Hey, Mike, real quick, we're at 10-minute warning here, so
No problem. I'm about done, honestly. So, yeah. Real quick, some categories of birds that constitute marine birds. There are sea ducks, like the brant, and like harlequin duck, which spend time at sea. Some are maybe more vulnerable to collision. For instance, brant have been tracked flying at higher altitudes in that rotor swept area. And some are probably more vulnerable to displacement based on behaviors of sea ducks in other parts of the world relative to wind construction out at sea. Phalaropes, I mentioned those already. There's a picture of one, and they are, as you see, little shorebirds, but vulnerable to collisions, we believe. There's a picture of a shearwater and gulls. They fly at higher levels in the rotor swept areas of zones of wind turbines. Pelicans probably more likely to be displaced than an actual collision risk, but that's based on studies in other areas. So we don't know in the Pacific. What can we do to minimize impacts? Well, it's a little tough when we know so little, but models may help us define better sighting locations. And we don't have a lot of things we know we can do to deter birds from those areas. For instance, on land, various things have been tried. Painting blades, for instance, do the stripes or something make them more detectable? Or even it has been hypothesized that you could add little noisemakers or something like that. Nothing has really been successful or has been tried by industry because they're afraid of adding stuff to these blades. But in any case, we don't have a lot of deterrence methods. Monitoring to understand impacts, that's the big one. On land, it's kind of easier because you can go out and pick up things that fall to the ground. In the ocean, it's an entirely different story. Compensation. If we knew how many birds were being killed, we could start to estimate how we could be compensated and maybe make up for those losses in other ways, like enhancing breeding locations and getting rid of little predators and things like that on offshore islands to sort of offset the take at sea. But we don't. It's hard to estimate those what constitutes great compensation if we don't know how many birds are dying in the first place. And finally, this is probably not news to anyone, but the offshore wind is being we're moving forward. BOEM has put out these areas based on public input and where it might be best to site some offshore wind. And this is just in the beginning phases with these BOEM call areas. And there's draft EA or EA, I think, or EIS. I'm not sure where we're at with that. But Roberta Swift sure does. She's on it, and I am a little out of the loop. Nonetheless, these are some areas off the Pacific Coast where we're apparently going to be entertaining possibility of offshore wind in the not so distant future. In our area, down in California too, there's a whole bunch more. Okay, that is it. I hope that was at least somewhat informative, and I'm going to stop sharing unless I already did. Did I stop sharing?
You did.
All right, cool.
All right, well, thanks for that, Mike. Appreciate it. If anybody from the MPC has questions for Mike, go ahead and start raising your hand now. I have one, and it probably is going to be one you won't be able to answer because you have clearly delineated yourself as the non-ESA expert. So and Larry brought this up earlier during our open public comment period, but our fisheries are allowed, and we're using the shearwater, brain fart, the albatross shear, right? As it's listed under ESA, you have to get a take permit in order to remove those.
Yeah.
If we assume that offshore wind will be seeking the ability to take an albatross, incidental to their operations, how would that impact the number of albatross that would be available to the fishing industry? So that's the first part of the question. And then the second part would be, if there is an actual take of a short-tailed albatross due to offshore wind, how would that have an impact on fisheries down the line?
Yeah, they're kind of related. And you're right. I don't know the answer to that. And I'm not even sure if endangered species folks would be able to tell you exactly what that answer would be right now. They do make their decisions based on population effects cumulative. So I think they would look at both industries and consider what that cumulative impact would be. I don't know if it would be that any offshore fisheries would then have a smaller amount of take if you're allowing for some to the wind industry or not. If there's that sort of, one basket and you can only pull so many out of that basket, no matter who's pulling it. I do not know exactly, but I could ask my short-tailed albatross friends and find out what they say. Would you like me to follow up with you on that?
Yeah, no, thanks. That would be appreciated. I know that's been a concern expressed not only in the avian realm, but also in the marine mammal realm. Just any interplay between ESA and allowed takes under ESA for offshore wind. So that would be appreciated.
Okay.
All right, Carrie, I don't see any other hands. So last call for hands if you're a Marine Planning Committee member who may or may not have questions. Well, better may. You may not. No reason to raise your hand.
I can't raise my hand anymore.
Oh, then you
do
can't
have a
ask your question, Mike. Go ahead.
I guess, has there been any thought given to how you would measure or count the number of bird takes with offshore wind? I mean, in a fishing boat, if you got observers on board or you're expected to report incidents, and there's nobody sitting there at each one of these turbines. Cameras are there, but I don't know how good they are, especially at night, maybe. But I don't know if you could register the species or not. But if we have a problem, you can get us off the water. But the turbines, once they're out there running, they're running unless you shut them down, which probably isn't going to happen. So I'm kind of wondering if there's a game plan, if there is interaction or take with these birds, regardless of species, but especially except for the short-tailed albatross. That one seems to be a real hard one for the fishing industry to absorb. Fortunately, we don't find them rarely, if anything. But I mean, they could be flying around out there and not even it wouldn't even be known if they might get chopped up or something. So I'm kind of curious what the game plan is there, or if there is any.
Yeah. The game plan is to try to get better technology so that we can detect strikes. No one has come up with great technology yet. And a lot of things have been talked about, and I think some things have been tried in an experimental way. Cameras, you mentioned, some infrared cameras may help. I know infrared cameras have been used for bats to sort of dial in what the risks to bats are on land. Vibration detectors have been discussed. But, that's probably a challenge, you can imagine. And different sorts of radar. So all kinds of things are being talked about, but basically we do not have a good method. And that's one of the big problems. We do not have a good method of detecting strikes of birds at sea. And of course, anything that falls to the ocean is just going to get gobbled up or float away. So, or sink. So, yeah, nothing good yet. The game plan is, though, is definitely to try to, for industry to help us come up with some good technological solutions to detection.
The industry referring to is the offshore wind energy.
Yeah, they have to be part of the. They've got, yeah. We're hoping they'll help, and not just have government scientists are on this as well, but we need help with this, coming up with a tech.
The other thing, thank you for that. The other thing that kind of is a little dim in my memory, but the way that NCOS looks at these birds or well, for that matter, endangered species, it doesn't really, I guess, seem like they're too interested in finding out what the numbers really are, or doing something to where you might stay out of an area, for example, because there's no, I mean, for us, we get a 0 grade on something, but for, I guess, most of any industry. But BOEM, well, the way not BOEM, but NCOS, the way I had it last seen it, as proposed, and I think off Oregon, there was never a score of 0 for, whether it's endangered species or migratory birds. And then it goes, as I understand it, goes into a kind of a blender of, aggregated numbers that take into account other items besides just the protection of one specific species. So I don't know how that is supposed to protect a endangered species or a migratory bird if you can't even get to a point where you have to, you say, well, you cannot do business here, in this particular area because it's been shown to be an area where you might run into birds at a higher rate. And so I guess the whole scoring example where you're aggregating and then saying, well, these scores are, we're blending them together, and really you're not looking at just a protected species on its own. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's exactly the way it is, but that's the way it came across to me, and I never have got an answer as to what they were going to do to extend that protection in a sufficient way that might actually do some good for, not for compensation, but for avoidance. So if you have anything to say about that.
No, I don't. I am not at the table on those discussions. Again, this is where I really wish for you guys' benefit, Roberta were here, because she is. And we also have some other folks on staff, Stephanie Stavrakis, who's at those tables in discussion with BOEM and the decisions that they're making relative to those wind energy areas offshore. But a lot of that stuff, too, is in draft stage, is my understanding, in terms of where the general wind energy areas are being proposed, but also the exact siting has not of projects hasn't even begun yet, as far as I know. And so some of those, what sounds like aggregating versus parsing out effects on specific species, may be down the line, and things that we can comment on as a Fish and Wildlife Service when we're at the table.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I would say that they're citing already, and it doesn't seem like the research is there to back up any kind of decision making at this point.
And I want to thank
And-
Susan. I want to thank Susan Chambers just real quick for all of the links that she's putting in the chat, which are things that I referenced and didn't put in the chat. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So again, I'm not in those discussions. I'm not sure exactly where we are in terms of those, the exact citing of I don't think we're getting to the point though of citing projects by specific companies in the California and Oregon, off the coast of Oregon.
We're not there yet, but we're certainly approaching it.
All right, thanks for that, Mike. And then Mike Green, we still have two other folks with their hands up. Steve and Scott, if you can be quick because we're already 5 minutes over. So Steve, go ahead, then Scott.
Yes, thank you. And real quickly, it seems possible, even likely, that the floaters will develop marine growth that will in turn be habitat for bait fishes. And that in turn could actually attract seabirds. I wonder if you guys have been thinking about that as well and possible mitigations?
It's possible. It's just one of those unknown effects. We don't have data on that here. I'm guessing maybe there are some data from some European developments, but where they've got wind turbines, I think is a little different than where we're proposing to put them off in terms of habitat types offshore. So I don't know exactly what the effects might be of that on seabirds. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Sorry not to have a good answer.
Thank you for trying.
No worries.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. Good presentation. One quick question. You mentioned that albatross were not in the Atlantic. Is there evidence that they ever were, or do you have, is it historic that they were and they are no longer, or is it a case that there's no evidence that they ever in the Atlantic?
No, there's no species that hangs out in the North Atlantic. Certainly the Southern Atlantic, south of the equator, there's lots, but not in the North Atlantic historic. Well, yeah, not in historic times.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Carrie, back to you.
All right. Well, I don't see any other hands up. Except Scott, but he just asked this question. So I want to thank Mike for joining us today. I found that super informative. Just a couple of things. As I suspected, there's probably some follow-up maybe questions in people's minds about the interplay between the ESA and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which I think you did an admirable job of talking about today, which we appreciate. And then also just since you said you're not super dialed into the BOEM process, in Oregon, they are going to, in those wind energy areas within the call areas that you showed earlier, those are scheduled to go to an auction in October. Well, Nessie Sumai from BOEM was here. Actually, she still is here. And that's been the target, is to auction those areas this October. That is still on schedule according to BOEM. Yeah, well, again, thank you very much. We will, with your permission, Mike, I will post those slides to the webpage of this meeting. That's okay, just because I feel like there was a lot of good information in there, and we like to keep those available for people to refer to. We'll write up a summary of this for our report within just about a week or 9 days or something like that, and may come back to you for, to make sure we got things right. Yeah, with that, unless Mike or Susan have something else, I want to again thank you, and Roberta also. And yeah, we'll be in touch again soon.
Great. Thanks for having me.
You bet. All right, moving on to the next portion of our agenda. I also realized I didn't put a break in here, so maybe at some point along the line, if we need to take a little break, we can squeeze that in. Next part of the agenda is the state updates, and then we'll move on to tribal and NIMS updates. So I think that we can go in the order as listed here. I know that there's someone who's going to join. Oh, there he is, Jeff. He's here, but and he only has till 2, so let's maybe keep an eye on the clock. But these usually don't take too long. So anyway, Mike Conroy and Crystal, do you guys want to share some updates from the California side, and then we'll move on to Oregon and Washington?
Yeah, I can do that. And then if I get anything wrong or if I miss anything, Crystal or Steve, feel free to jump in. Just some updates on things that we've been tracking and some new things. So as you'll recall, the Energy Commission had its draft strategic plan for offshore wind off California. Council commented on that. The Energy Commission finalized that plan in July. I have not yet had a chance to review the final plan to see if and or how our comments were captured, but having said that, it doesn't sound like too many changes were made to the version that we did comment on. Last week, the Energy Commission also hosted a workshop on the feasibility of wave and tidal energy. The presentations and the recordings are now available. I just threw the link into the chat on that. The short of it is that wave energy is feasible. Tidal energy, unless it's San Francisco Bay and one other place, I don't remember where, probably isn't. Public comments are being taken on that draft document. The draft consultant report on wave and tidal energy evaluation of feasibility, cost, and benefits through the 22nd of this month. I wanted to highlight that a team of researchers at UC Santa Barbara and the NOAA's Northwest Fisheries Science Center are studying the socioeconomic impacts of changing ocean conditions, extreme weather events, and offshore wind development on West Coast fisheries. They are hoping to identify mitigation strategies to recommend to BOEM to minimize these negative impacts. They are presently organizing small in-person focus group discussions to incorporate fishermen's knowledge and ensure that their findings are useful to fishing communities. Ellen Willis Norton is one of the researchers at UCSB who is spearheading this effort and is hoping to conduct these discussions later this summer or in early fall. She is on the call right now. So if you're interested in participating, please throw your name and contact information in the chat. She also provided me a one-pager on their research and methodologies, and I'll forward that to members of the MPC and folks in my contact list, try to get participation on that. Some timeline updates, and for this, I will share our lovely You're at a glance thing, if I can figure that out. Stand by. You should be able to see this now. With regard to the draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas off of Southern California, I had a conversation with Celia Barroso. Those of you who are familiar with the HMS world have known Celia for a while. She just recently transitioned over to become the new Diane Wyndham, meaning she's now going to be in charge of aquaculture off California in federal waters moving forward. But per Celia, we are not expecting any changes to the anticipation publication date of the timeline, looking at about the end of September, beginning of October. She did say to expect some public workshops on the draft programmatic EIS, and it's highly likely that Celia would present to us during our October virtual meeting. On an aside, NIMS recently published a tech memo entitled Economic Information for Aquaculture Opportunity Areas of Southern California. I'll throw a link to that in the chat as soon as I'm done here. With regard to the draft programmatic EIS for the 5 lease sites off California, Nessie provided us a good update on that. Nothing to add to that. With regard to 2 environmental documents we'll be reading in the near future for the Humboldt Bay Heavy Marine Lift Terminal, we're now expecting that to come out in early 2025, the EIS-EIR joint. And then for the Pier Wind project for LA and Long Beach, also expecting early 2025. And then last, but certainly not least, I did get a text message from Rick at RWE, and they are expecting to wrap up their initial survey activities off Humboldt later this week or next. That's what I got. If Crystal or Steve have anything they want to add, or if you want to remind me of something I might have forgot, by all means, jump in.
Yeah, hi, Mike. This is Steve. I would just add that the project called Catamo that's quite near the Vandenberg Space Force Base is still in environmental review. So it's still alive. We don't know what's going to happen with it, but that's a project, a small project that's listed as a demo project, but it could have a lot on both environmental effects and effects on fisheries. So it is still moving along in the environmental review process.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Steve. And you're right. Yeah, that when I reached out to State Lands, they didn't have any updates on the timeline of it. That's why I didn't mention it. We're still expecting a joint EIR, EIS from State Lands, and I think DOD sometime in December.
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Crystal. All right, Carrie, I'm done. I'll hand it off to Susan and Jessica, and I'll stop sharing.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to note that Ricky Alexander from RWE put a note in the chat that said RWE has completed its survey. The vessel should arrive to its home port for demobilization. So thank you, Ricky, for that. I don't have much before I turn it over to Jessica. The one thing I do have is Coos County Commissioners last week agreed to put an advisory vote on the November ballot for Coos County regarding offshore wind, whether to support it or not. I can't remember the exact wording, and that may change a little bit after the commissioners meeting, but it's an advisory vote only, just to gauge where Coos County residents are with regard to offshore wind. We also had on our agenda to talk about today is the coastal zone management consistency review. We have a couple people here who can speak to that. As Nessie mentioned earlier, BOEM has agreed to all the conditions in that review. She also talked about the timeline for the final sale notice, final EA, and auction. And the same two people, Jeff Burright and Andy Lanier, can speak to the House Bill 4080 roadmap. So I'll turn it over to Jessica to talk about any or all of those things and let Jeff and Andy go after that.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, the only other general update I'll provide is, as many of you have heard, that final phase of Packwave South construction, the cable installation is underway. So operations were scheduled to start July 1st and they're scheduled to go through October 15th. And they'll be staged from several different vessels, and mariners are requested to contact vessels and that are in the area. Those are the HOS Innovator, MV Liberty, and OSV Nautilus, and maintain a minimum of a 500-yard distance when transiting in the vicinity. And so I'll put in the chat in a minute the construction updates page where you can get some of that information on those activities happening. And then, yeah, otherwise, I'd like to give the opportunity for Jeff and Andy to answer any questions, mainly around the federal consistency conditions that Susan was mentioning. So these conditions came from a really in-depth consultation process with, state agencies, federal agencies, and the public, and that was led by DLCD and Jeff and Andy. And what you will see, and I sent these around to the MPC, you'll see some of the council recommendations were addressed, others were not. And so this is an opportunity to ask questions, provide feedback on the current conditions, and just kind of recognizing that there may be future opportunities to address any of those issues and conditions prior to the next phase in the COP, which will also have a consistency review. So I will turn it over to Jeff and Andy.
Thank you, Jessica. Is my audio coming in okay?
You sound great. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeff Burright. I served as the Federal Consistency Review Coordinator for this most recent BOEM review. And I am joined by Andy Lanier. I don't know if he can get his video on as well, but he's here in the meeting. He's the Marine Affairs Coordinator for the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And the two of us were pretty heavily involved in coordinating this review and developing the decision that came forward, including the conditions that you would have seen. So I can give a little bit of an overview of how we got there and what was in the content of those conditions, but I do want to make sure that we leave ample time for questions. And so I thought I would go quickly through that, unless folks are already familiar, in which case we can jump right to questions. But unless I hear someone tell me that, I'll just go ahead and tell the story here.
Yeah, go for it, Jeff. I don't see anyone's hands.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Jeff, do you have any slides, or I can put up the part of the letter that shows the conditions on the screen if you'd like?
Susan, that would be great. I was just going to show one slide maybe that kind of describes the timeline of this and shows how this first review scope is different from what would be some years down the line with a construction operations plan.
Sure,
if you want to
go for it.
that.
You have, you're elevated to do that, so go ahead.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. All right, so if you're able to see my screen here, this was one of the slides that we brought to our public meetings that we had along the coast, where the intent here is to make really clear that there is a defined scope to the federal consistency review that we performed here. And that what we really were concerned with is that first yellow arrow, that it is focused on the scope of leasing the Outer Continental Shelf for purposes of offshore wind exploration, and that the reasonably expected effect of that is that the lease holders would go out and conduct characterization work, surveys, meteorological buoys, some geotechnical exploration as well, to help them inform the production of an application or a construction operations plan to BOEM, as well as a permit application to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for work in waters of the United States. So, very different scope of the decisions. And as such, there was also a different standard or expectation to our review because of the types of activities that we were reviewing. And so we were really focused on what are the expected effects of those characterization activities and the vessel operations that would come with that, as well as the met buoys that would be out there. And recognizing that with the release of the BOEM modernization rule here, I guess it just became live last month, that it does somewhat kind of change the jurisdiction around those met buoys, but we reviewed them as part of our action. And I can expand on that. But point being, we were looking at that first arrow there. And at this point, I'll stop sharing and just say, through the course of our review, we began by establishing an offshore wind core team of state agencies who have different regulatory expertise or parts to play, either in this decision that we were reviewing this time or in the one that would come down the line in a few years with the COP. So that group we stood up about a year ago and started talking about this, and they were very helpful in helping us to collect and think about what potential conditions the state might have as a condition for concurrence. We also looked at the example from California, from the lease sales that happened there, or the reviews that happened there a couple of years ago, to see what kinds of conditions California had implemented and how they were connected to California's policies, and then looked at, well, do we have corollary policies in Oregon, so that we could use those as good examples. We also had conversations with our counterparts on the East Coast who are working through these reviews now to try to understand what policies and conditions really made the most difference for them. As part of our review, we also implemented a public process. As is standard for federal consistency reviews, we opened up a public comment period that was open to all. It was 45 days beyond our usual 30. And we also decided to conduct a series of public meetings. The first one was a virtual meeting that we had end of May. And then that first week of June, we had 4 public meetings in Brookings, Coos Bay, Florence, and Newport, where we presented information about this review, gave the best guidance we could on how members of the public could make their comments most effective in our review. And then we had a microphone in the middle of the room, and we captured the feedback that we received. So we had the comments from the meetings, we had the written comments that we received. We then read and worked through every single one of those and tried to fit them within our policy framework, and also recognizing the scope of this review versus comments that would be more applicable to a review of a COP down the road. And so that was a distinction that we had to make. So based on the feedback of our state agency partners, based on the public process feedback, we then came up with an initial list of what we thought might be good conditions. And we started having discussions with BOEM to understand some of the technical aspects of potential conditions and how they might interrelate with what actually would happen out there. And so there was kind of a technical refereeing that happened. And then we, of course, were doing legal and policy interpretation, and ultimately came out with the list that you have been provided. I do want to highlight a few things that are in this list. You know, the first major condition relates to plan review and coordination. And there are a lot of moving parts in that, because there were some things that we wanted to see writ large on this process that would invite the state to have a greater role in reviewing the survey plans before activities happen on the water. And so we put in there that the state would have access to survey plans and an opportunity to comment on those survey plans, and that the lessee would make all reasonable efforts to respond to those comments and to address them, recognizing that we cannot step into BOEM's jurisdictional authority with regards to those. We also required that any lessee provide to us a list of all permits and authorizations inside state jurisdictional waters and on the upland areas, really as a way to show that they are familiar, that there are going to be applicable requirements and authorizations for work inside waters of the state as well. We required pre-survey coordination meetings that included an explicit consideration of whether existing data might cover a data need. And so by coordinating with the state ahead of time to talk about what information we might need down the road during a COP review, the expectation there is that we can increase the efficiency and decrease the overall impact from offshore survey activities. Also, that lessees coordinate with one another. That's further down, excuse me. Working with ODFW and us about scientific take permits, that data and reports be shared, that the state have the opportunity to access I'll call it the raw data, but the unprocessed data if needed for purposes of data verification. And that was in response to comments that we heard about the importance of being able to trust the information that's coming out of these survey activities. And we also included that information be publicly available to the extent that's allowable by law. And then that if requested by the state, that the state be able to have agency staff on board as observers for activities. A lot of different moving parts with a general purpose and goal of letting there be state involvement. And then, as I mentioned, regional lessee coordination. That regional is an important piece. Condition 2, where we wanted the lessees to coordinate with each other, not only in the state of Oregon, but across the region, to reduce the potential that there be kind of impacts that could have been avoided if there was greater coordination to other ocean users. We require an anchoring plan for any activity that involves anchoring. And that might be a ship that's out there doing temporary anchoring, although that's probably unlikely in deep waters, but we don't know about shallow, as well as met buoys. So in the event that there is an anchor out there, that there be a 1,000-foot buffer from particular habitats that are described. And it's really the hard substrates. We have requirements for a spill prevention and response plan, as well as an emergency response and recovery plan. And these are to set some conditions and expectations up front about the things that might go wrong and to make sure that there is capacity to respond to those before they occur. Condition 6 relates to buffer areas for bottom disturbing activities that are not related to anchoring. And so this is really related to geotechnical exploration, I would say above all for this action. And we have a condition requiring a 250-foot buffer from those sensitive habitats, as well as a consideration for placement uncertainty and inaccuracy. And the idea here is that from the conversations that we had through the course of our review, we came to understand that when there's a vessel at sea with a very large depth between the vessel and the benthos that they want to conduct a survey in, that there is a potential for there to be a lateral drift along the way. And so what we want to see is that any survey plans have a consideration of that uncertainty to say, 250 feet is the floor, but that also needs to be considering that depending on conditions at sea and the type of equipment and methods used, you may actually need to have your vessel be farther away than that. Condition 7 relates to met buoy placement coordination. And there are two really important pieces to this, I would say. One, that the lessee is required to coordinate and avoid areas that are important to fisheries and existing scientific survey lines to the maximum extent practicable. But there's also an expectation in here that all of the met buoys would stay inside the wind energy areas, that they would not be placed just anywhere. And that is, again, to minimize potential effects, both to fishery users, but I think that's mostly that, reducing that conflict. We have a condition that is similar to one in California about minimizing the risk of vessel strikes that implements a 10-knot speed limit for all vessel activities related to this decision. We have a condition that, again, it echoes the condition from California, number 9, related to marine wildlife protection and the presence of observers on board vessels and the expectations or their ability to stop activities as necessary. There's also an aspect to this condition that talks about the reporting and the expectations for what would be reported and that those reports would be shared with the state. Conditions 10 and 11 relate to archaeological resources and the protection of those from geotechnical exploration activities, requiring that there be notification to the state concurrently with BOEM in the event that there is an inadvertent discovery, as well as providing opportunities for tribes to be onboard vessels as observers, if so requested, and then also the Corps' collected shoreward of 130 meters depth be brought to shore to be opened to address the potential risk that there are pre-contact sites that are out there. Safe navigation was another condition that is similar to one from California, really just recognizing that there are multiple agencies and authorities related to safe transit to encourage the use of transit corridors to reduce those conflicts. Condition 13 relates to entanglement risks. And this is one that we developed earlier this year with the PacWave North site, which is planning to redeploy here later this summer. And what this requires is that at least once a year, the lessee conduct a visual examination of the mooring lines for Met buoys to confirm whether or not there is any gear entangled on that line. And if something is found, to then coordinate with the relevant agencies and determine, is there an imminent or significant threat from that gear that necessitates taking action sooner rather than later? Number 14 was in response to comments that we received during the review about whether and to what extent invasive species concerns were being addressed by the actions proposed. And so we added some additional conditions there based on feedback received. 15, anchor removal. This one is a bit nuanced in that the Army Corps of Engineers, under the new BOEM modernization rule, is really the agency with jurisdiction over those Met buoy anchors. And so we had to be a little bit careful with the wording, but the point is that in our conditions, as well as in the permit vehicle that the Army Corps uses, the nationwide permit number 5, there's a requirement that anchors be removed to the maximum extent practicable. And so we're carrying that expectation into this as well. And then the final 3 conditions, 16, 17, and 18, related to engagement with Native American tribes, with environmental justice and local communities, and then with fishing communities as well. And these were really intended to be catching anything that we didn't already see in the draft lease instruments that were provided for public review. You know, we understand that there is a fisheries communication plan, there is a Native American tribal communications plan that is required and has certain requirements and expectations for engagement. And so we really were focused on putting ivy on the pillar, if you will. And so those bullets that you can see on the screen include some additional provisions that we wanted to see in that fisheries communication plan, for example, a big one being a means for 24-hour communication, that if something happens out there, that there's always a number that you can call to coordinate. We also had a specific recommendation that not only that there be a fisheries liaison for each lessee, but that liaison be local to the region and have experience with West Coast fisheries. So with that, I know that was kind of long. Hopefully that was helpful. And if there are any questions, we're happy to do our best.
Thank you, Jeff. I know you and Andy and all the other people you worked with did a crazy amount of work in a short amount of time. So I just want to thank you for all the work that you did. It was amazing. And I think we have a question. Pat.
Hey, Susan. Can you hear me,
Hello?
Susan?
Is that Corey?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have jumped in a long time ago, but could I just say something before you get into Q&A for Washington? I made a scheduling mistake and have to do something here from 2 to 3, we can do the Washington thing at 3. Yeah, I didn't know Oregon was gonna give such an extensive update. Otherwise, would have spoken up earlier. Sorry.
Well, we do have Scott waiting for a question for Jeff, so let's take that, and then if there's no other questions.
Well, I'm good.
we can
I
go to
gotta
your-
jump off. I gotta
Yeah.
jump off at 3,
Let's
like
just,
right at 3. So it's
yeah.
2:55.
Yeah.
It's 1:55. 1:55 right now.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for that. I had a couple questions. I appreciate what you said about the anchors needing to be recovered. It's the language about maximum extent practicable is a little concerning, just because if the vessel that deployed it just shoved the anchor off the deck and it's easy to deploy but not so easy to recover, can they say, well, it's real difficult for us to get that weight back on the vessel? And so I guess it implies, I think it should imply, that they need to have a sufficient vessel to recover in the plan when they deploy it. But a question I had, I think the term is the geologic description locator, the boundary line, and it seems like in my recollection that was around 500 fathoms. And if you look at the Coos Bay wind energy area, part of that is inside 500 fathoms. Part of it, probably most of it, is outside 500 fathoms. And then I think with the Brookings area, it sort of splits it. So is the things that you're saying now, do they only apply out to that 500, or do they go all the way to the extent of the wind energy areas?
Thank you, Scott. That's a good question. The GLD does go out to 500 fathoms. That's true. And the purpose of the GLD is to reserve the state's right to do a federal consistency review. But because BOEM submitted a consistency determination to us for the entirety of their action, our review applies to the entirety of their action, because by submitting a determination to us, BOEM is functionally conceding that they know there are effects to state coastal uses and resources, and that brings in our review authority. When it comes to future projects, we're working on an expansion of our GLD to bring it out to the outer extent of the WIAs as they stand today. But 2, I think that it's unlikely that you would have just a sliver of a project that's in that 500 to 800. But it is something that we are actively considering. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And with apologies to Corey, I would like to invite, I can hang on for a little longer after too. Corey, if you want to, pardon me.
Yeah, Corey Niles, can you cover your thing in 2 minutes?
Well, sorry, Jeff. Yeah, I would just suggest we could do Washington quick, and then you guys come back to Q&A for you all. But I was just gonna, and apologies for the scheduling conflict, but I was gonna hand it over to Maiko and Larry. Again, Larry is a member of our WCMAC and lead of our offshore wind technical committee meeting. Last we saw it in June, we had the GridWorks draft recommendations. Those went final. And the WCMAC had a special meeting July 10th to go over those. And at the request of, with discussions with the governor's office, state agencies didn't vote on those. But WCMAC did come up with a letter. And I'm hoping Maiko and Larry can fill folks in on the details. I just forwarded it not too long ago, but we know updates from the state level. I know the governor's office is working on those, looking at the letter and the recommendations, and that's really all we have from the state point of view at this time. But yeah, it was impressive that the WCMAC got more or less consensus together, and everyone thought the letter was really well done. But yeah, Maiko and Larry, hoping you guys can carry the water here for me, and apologies.
Hey, Corey, I did put a link to the letter in the chat so other people can see it too. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and no problems, Corey. Michael or Larry, you have anything you want to add to what Corey had to say?
Yeah, I just like to, I think Larry can give a much better overall view than I can because he's, you know, placed in a number of committees and whatnot and subcommittees. But I think the one that, the GridWorks report number one is, I thought was well done. And there was, I think, if not consensus, there was a lot of a favorable opinion about what they did. They really rammed it through, the GridWorks people did, and they listened, I think, very carefully to what people had to say, fishing industry included. There's one brief piece of the letter I'd like to read, and I think it more or less sums up what took place, or of course we have to see what happens with the governor still, but as far as I know, he has not made any decisions on it, but Corey may know differently. So it says, furthermore, nearly all the WCMAC's voting members supported the belief statement that Washington State should refrain from engaging / participating in the BOEM process until more engagement and research has been conducted. And I think that is front and center for, you know, the theme that was carried forward in that letter. Larry can add to that if you allow him to.
Yep, that's fine. Larry, you want to pile on?
Yeah, okay, I can pile on. Thank you, Mike and Corey. So number one, I'm glad Susan put a link to the letter. I was going to ask if that was done. Secondly, I just wanted to give a little context to the letter. The letter, which is references and it comments a proposed offshore wind engagement framework for Washington State. Was the direction that the consulting firm was supposed to write their report on, and that the report researched and recommended ways to shape the planning and evaluation of offshore wind off of Washington's Pacific coast. And that was done at the request of the governor. By the way, I didn't identify myself. I'm Larry Thievik, president of the Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association and a member of the Washington Coastal Marine Advisory Council. So the charge of the WCMAC is to collaboratively work to ensure the resiliency and vibrancy of coastal Washington and the protection and preservation of existing ocean uses. That is a statutory charge of the WCMAC. The WCMAC itself is 26 members. There are 2 commercial fishing representatives, of which I am one of them. There's 1 recreational fishing member. There are also 2 energy seats. There's, I believe it's 5 agency seats, and a number of science and education and marine resource committee heads that are on that committee. So it's a pretty diverse committee, and bringing it together to come up with a consensus letter is not necessarily an easy charge. And I will say that what Mike referred to is the fundamental message that came out of this, and that is that as he's quoted, and I won't re-quote it, but the point is the letter and those of us on that committee, without agency voting on it, recommended that the state does not engage with BOEM at this time until there's more research done. I think research is kind of a foundational theme within this letter. We need more of it. There's 7 recommendations. The letter is 5 pages. If anybody on this committee has an interest in reading that, and the letter can speak to more than what I can here in a few minutes. I wanted to also point out the letter recognizes that all 4 of the coastal treaty tribes in Washington and the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians have articulated in public forums the shortfalls they have seen in the BOEM process. as it has proceeded to date in Oregon and California. And that is recognized in the letter. And also the absolute treaty and constitutional rights that the tribes have different from other stakeholders. So there were 7 recommendations. There's comments on each of those recommendations within this letter. Again, you get back to the core piece, which is research and analysis needs to inform the development of offshore wind off of the Pacific coast. There's 23 data gaps that are identified by GridWorks in their report, and they were gathered from the different groups that participated in input to GridWorks. There is a reference to the need for a geographic location description off of Washington, which we do not have. An exploration and a reaffirmation of the state's authorities when interacting potentially with BOEM. And most all of these recommendations are relative to the idea that they should be done prior to engagement with BOEM, and that if an engagement process with BOEM occurs, that there are other pieces that the GridWorks report and the WCMAC felt needed to be done if indeed a process moves forward. And I was glad that Nessie reaffirmed at this juncture there is none at this time proposed by BOEM. And so just a couple things that I'm going to quote from the letter. It says, while there were questions about BOEM's requirements to implement our state priorities, which have yet to be really completely identified, or how such an approach could be made binding on BOEM and others, the WCMAC members felt creating what we're calling the Washington Way was paramount to the future of Washington, the tribal nations along its coastline, and the communities and people that live, work, play, and sustain themselves on the coast, and that this approach would ensure the continued health and productivity of our ocean and its inhabitants. And then finally, it says there needs to be a focus on how offshore wind may affect general ocean processes cumulatively and at varying scales. Research is also needed on site-specific impacts associated with nearshore and onshore offshore wind transmission. Finally, there'll be a need for all involved to have a clear understanding of the short-term and long-term costs of the energy generated by OSW and any OSW projects cost to the citizens of our state. So as Mike described, GridWorks was charged with a pretty colossal task to accomplish in a pretty short period of time. And frankly, from my perspective anyway, and seemingly shared by the rest of the WCMAC members, they did as good a job as probably anyone could with the time they had to do, and were pretty thorough and inclusive in their recommendations. And one other thing, this letter does build upon the WCMAC's recommended principles of engagement, which were recognized by GridWorks, and that this WCMAC letter follows along that path as well. So I know we still have some other discussions that are pretty important. So with that, I'll wrap it up. I would encourage people to read the letter if they have the opportunity. We're trying to do it differently. If indeed any activity moves forward in Washington, which at this juncture doesn't seem to be on the cusp. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Larry and Mike. All right, Steve Johnner, back to you. And Jeff, if you're still here, I'm sure Steve will have a question or two.
Thanks, Mike. Jeff, are you still around?
I still am. Yes.
Okay. Well, following up on the WCMAC report and Larry's good description of that, I read what you all wrote from Oregon, and I know that you had a lot of interaction and consultation with the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon. And I'm sure you already know this, but there are 20 tribes in Western Washington with treaty rights. 4 of them fish in the ocean. And there are the 4 Columbia River tribes. 2 of them are from Oregon. And 2 tribes from California that had reservation-based, federally recognized fishing rights that are part of the council process. So as a party to US v. Washington, I believe that Oregon has some sort of obligation to the other tribes outside of the state, but I don't want to be fined by our chairman for practicing law without a license. So I won't say that there's a legal obligation, but I think as one of the co-managers, there's I'll call it a functional obligation to work with the other tribes. And we work very closely together in the management of our fisheries. We work together dealing with in whiting with Canada. We work together dealing with Canada in halibut and with Canada on salmon. And I just think that part of your efforts have been lacking, and the tribes, all the tribes share a concern of the unknown impact to the ecosystem and therefore to their resources by this offshore wind energy development. And it's been very challenging for the tribes to continue to track this. And, the tribes firmly believe that a lot of this work, or all of this work, the research, the studies, should have been done ahead of time. And that moving ahead and then considering mitigation when impacts are found, that's just not acceptable to the tribes. So, I would say as a federal agency is obligated. They have legal obligations to work to consult and coordinate with each of the tribes individually. I think that's true for the state of Washington also. But, I'll say that for Oregon, reaching out to each one of these 24 treaty tribes and the 2 California fishing tribes would be probably very daunting. But, I think in this case, reaching out to the Columbia River tribes through the commission and the Northwest tribes through the Northwest Scenic Fisheries Commission would at least be a good way to start. I think Tommy Moore from the Northwest Scenic Fisheries Commission is on this call, and he represents the tribes at PFMC as part of the SSC, and he's our coordinator for the coastal tribes dealing with offshore wind. So anyway, I just want to just make that request that the state of Oregon reach out to the interested and affected tribes and get us involved. And I'll be giving a travel report next, and so I've already covered some of it, but a common theme with the tribes is that there's so much that needs to be done that should have been done before it started, and that the tribes just don't have the capacity in their staffs to do all this. So we really rely on our co-managers, and I really hope Oregon could take the tribe's interest to heart here when they're moving forward with this.
Thank you, Steve. Those are good thoughts to see how we can bring that forward. We did receive a question from Susan a few weeks ago now, asking kind of a similar question as to what is the process that the state will be pursuing with tribes that are not federally recognized tribes in Oregon. And we are working to figure out for ourselves and have a question or have an answer to that question that is consistent with our state laws and policies surrounding that. I think that at this point, we can say that coordination across between state and tribes is separate from the consultation question, and by taking your feedback there, and we'll discuss it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Jeff. I don't see any other hands raised. So, Carrie, you want to? Or are we done with Oregon? I guess that's a question for Susan and or Jessica.
Nothing more here. Thanks, Jeff and Andy, for coming by.
Yeah, thanks
For
much.
having us.
Yeah, we
Sure.
really do appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in.
You're welcome.
Go ahead,
All
Mike.
right, Carrie. We got NIMS next.
Tribal update, right?
Oh, tribal. Sorry.
Yeah. But just to note, we are behind schedule now by 15 minutes. So unless you want to be here till 6 p.m., we want to be efficient with our time.
Okay, well, mine should only take 45 or 50 minutes. So actually, I've already done some of it. It's been a busy couple months for us in tribal country. In June, we had 21 folks from the National Marine Fisheries Service come out to Neah Bay for 3 days of very, very enjoyable and productive time of meet and greet and discussions about offshore wind and the research that needs to be conducted to address these concerns of impacts to the ecosystem. We need to follow up on that. We want to have the tribes be able to be engaged with the research that's ongoing with a strategic science plan that NIPS has developed, and I think Lyle will talk a little bit about that, or maybe not. But that was a very productive time. It took a lot of work. Lyle and I did most of the planning, but it was really worthwhile. And I think we're headed in the right direction. The meeting was a result of the Makah tribe's request to the agency to assist us in addressing this daunting task of forecasting, determining, and addressing impacts that will undoubtedly result from the development of offshore wind energy. So, and then I sent Susan 2 letters from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, and that's the group that represents the 20 Western Washington tribes. The first letter was addressed to Director Klein at BOEM, and I think those are available to read, but I'll just quickly summarize them. And that is that the tribe, the commission was expressing the tribe's opposition to further offshore wind development on the U.S. West Coast, and that current activities be put on hold until the tribe's concerned about potential impacts on the marine environment and the tribe's resources be addressed. The letter describes the treaty rights and the role of the tribes and the commission in protecting the tribe's rights, and then expressing the tribe's collective opposition to offshore wind development, and that it poses a significant threat to the treaty protected resources. And as the federal trustee involved, BOEM has a responsibility to ensure that these resources are protected for current and future generations. And then there are a list of primary concerns, and those are the lack of meaningful tribal consultation to date, potential impacts to treaty protected resources, which at this point are poorly understood, and that they need to be addressed before any further action occurs. And I'll read this part from the letter. The tribes are opposed to any form of mitigation, as this will come at the expense of their treaty rights. As a first step to addressing these concerns, BOEM should complete the scientific analyses recommended by the National Marine Fisheries Service in their letter dated June 28, 2022, and address the concerns expressed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council letter dated April 12, 2023. I'll leave it at that. You can read the letter if you want, but the letter also talks about the tribal capacity to meaningfully engage, and that as the lead agency involved in this, lead federal agency, BOEM has a responsibility to see that the tribes have the capacity to do this. And then the second letter was addressed to Governor Inslee, and it's did I get disconnected?
You're back.
Oh, okay. They expressed to Governor Inslee their appreciation for the work that was done by GridWorks, but that it was inappropriate for a consultant of the state to do this work, and that should have been done by the state as the co-manager. And they are asking the governor to honor his commitment to the tribes on addressing offshore wind, and to work directly with the tribes in addressing the development and potential impacts from that, and that the process for reaching agreement, consensus on this needs to be in place before any further development or any development takes place. So you have those two letters to read, and I had a couple other things, but I'll leave it at that, and get on with the afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. If I guess I'll look around. Are there any questions for Steve from the members of the MPC? Okay, then I think we should move on to the NMFS update. Lila, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Hello. I will try to go as fast as possible. So as Steve said, a delegation of us from NMFS went out to Neah Bay to meet with the tribal council leadership and the fisheries staff, and it was really a wonderful opportunity for all of us who visited. We were so grateful that they invited us out and hosted us there. We had such a great time seeing Neah Bay and really diving into some of the issues around offshore wind and talking about the science plan. And yes, we have some follow-up work to do. So Steve and I have created more follow-up actions for us to do to get the fisheries staff and our staff together to have some more detailed discussions about some of the science activities. Okay, and moving along. So I think I only sent this to a few of you, like Carrie and Susan and Mike, so I'm gonna send a follow-up email. But NMFS did complete the consultation, ESA and EFH consultation with BOEM and the Army Corps on the Oregon site assessment and characterization activities, the leasing activities. So we provided the letter of concurrence in July and our EFH conservation recommendations at the same time. So we had requested for the EFH, we had requested a buffer, well, a meeting to discuss a buffer. We requested removal of the Met, or not requested, recommended, sorry, these are EFH conservation recommendations. Recommended removal of the Met buoy anchors. Recommended for habitat mapping coverage, we recommended following the GARFO habitat mapping recommendations. And we also recommended a meeting with BOEM to discuss suitable mitigation measures related to injury that could occur to fish if they were close enough to sparkers or boomers. So on that, the Corps agreed to meet to discuss the buffer, and then this would be the buffer from, kind of similar to what Jeff was talking about, buffer from sensitive habitats and hard bottom. So BOEM rejected that recommendation, but we have since spoken, so I think we will still meet to discuss that, hopefully have some ongoing discussions about the buffer. But in the meantime, we are pleased to see that the 250 meter buffer, or sorry, not meter, but foot buffer, and the 1,000-foot buffer that Jeff went over, that the state of Oregon provided as their conditional concurrence, we were pleased to see those. And then the removal of the Met buoy anchors, the Corps has agreed to that as well. And then in terms of the habitat mapping coverage, BOEM rejected the use of the GARFO recommendations, saying that they didn't see that it applied out here. So, and pointed to some guidance that they have about coverage. So we are looking into that. And then in terms of the fisheries, the fish mitigation measures for sparkers and boomers, BOEM agreed to meet on that. So we will be scheduling those conversations. Do you want me to pause there before I move on? Otherwise, I'll just keep going. Okay.
Yeah, I think that was a good enough pause, and you can keep going. People can raise their hands if they want.
Yeah. On the port consultations, just for the Long Beach and the Humboldt ports, you know, we have staff engaged on that. So I think, you know, the timing on that, things will be moving forward, I believe, with Humboldt, maybe closer to the end of the year. And then in terms of PACFEM, Carrie, you asked for an update on this. So the progress is a little bit slower than anticipated due to some data challenges, but we are currently integrating the many sources of data for fixed gear, groundfish fishing, and CPS and swordfish are the major remaining fisheries to tackle. On our offshore wind strategic science plan, we anticipate releasing that soon, hopefully within the month. But we provided a presentation about the priority areas in that plan to the MPC the last time, and also to the PFMC, so it's recorded if you missed that. And then an update on the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's glider program that we mentioned earlier in the year. Dr. George Waters is developing, and he gave a short description of what that would be. I think it was at our last meeting or the one before that. But anyway, so they are his team is moving forward with developing that plan, and hopefully we'll have something to share with the MPC and the Council's Ecosystem Work Group for feedback, potentially late this year or early next. NIMS will also be engaging interested tribes on that plan, similar to like we did with the strategic science plan, and to discuss potential research collaborations. And Dr. Waters has also recently reached out to 5 of the California lessees to invite exploratory conversations around entering a CRADA to collaborate on that. So CRADA is a cooperative research agreement, and there is already one between the Northeast Fisheries Science Center and RWE on the East Coast. So yeah, looking to see if there might be some collaborative research opportunities out here with the developers. And California Current IEA team, they are prioritizing offshore wind in its work plan for the ecosystem status report coming up. And the Northwest Fisheries Science Center is undertaking a few new studies as well related to offshore wind and fisheries and climate change. Oh, that's it. That's the end of my update.
Very good. How do you spell CRADA? The acronym.
CRADA. I'll drop a few links about the CRADAs in the chat.
Thank you very much. Mike Conroy.
Hi, thanks, Carrie. Well, I have two questions. The first, and I was just getting back to my computer, so I might not have heard it correctly. You said that BOEM rejected a recommendation surrounding a 500-meter buffer.
So we did not technically ask for a 500-meter buffer. We referenced in our letter that last time for California, we had asked for a 500-meter buffer. This time we just said we would like to talk. We'd like to discuss a suitable buffer. So we did not recommend a 500-meter buffer this time.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad I didn't mishear that. And then the second thing, are you making headway with CDFW on developing those fishery data sets for inclusion into a future run of the UNCLOS model for future offshore wind off California, round 2?
Yeah, they had given us the data sharing agreement. So we have been working on those data sets.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Lila?
Yeah, I have one, Carrie.
Okay. Fire away.
I heard you mention at the end there, Lila, about working cooperative research with RWE and other groups in the future, I guess. And I'm just wondering if you could describe what research exactly you're aiming at, and also, or a big one would be like, would it delve into the ecosystem questions we've been asking since the beginning, and but also who would set the framework up for what that research would be? I mean, RWE, I don't think has the knowledge and tools and everything else that you possess, and I would think you would want to lead that research as how it was, not only how it was conducted, but the aim of what it would do. Is that a fair question?
Yeah, so the CRADA that Dr. Waters is, thinking about right now would be more of a partnership. For instance, if he's deploying, if the team's going to be deploying the gliders, it could be that the developers might help to deploy the gliders or recover them or something like that, but the program would still, so far, the program is still being designed just within the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, last chance for questions for Lila. All right, and so what we should do now, because I failed in my facilitating duties, we forgot to hit a couple of Oregon updates. So I know Karina Nielsen is with us today, and she's been very patient. So, and then I think Jessica, are you able to stay through the end of the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, how about this? Why don't we turn to Karina Nielsen? She's going to give us an update on cumulative impacts and data gaps, which I guess we did have a separate agenda item for that, so wasn't going to be during the Oregon update. But if it's okay with you guys, why don't we turn to her, and then afterwards, let's take a short break, and then we can circle back to Jessica for a quick update on Oregon, the Oregon House Bill 4080 and the roadmap. How's that
Carrie.
sound? Yeah.
Hey, Carrie, can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to, if we are going to move forward, I just want to give some background on why we asked Karina to be here today. So was there any other questions before we move on?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so one of the things that the MPC has talked about is kind of goes back to our March 2024 statement where we were discussing how to move forward to identify data gaps, doing a cumulative impacts analysis, you know, but in the offshore wind space, a lot of people are trying to sort that out as well. Who's going to do the science, who's doing the science, things like that. So in June, Dr. Nielsen gave a presentation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council on a quick review of what science is being done, you know, some of the data gaps that were being looked at. It's Oregon centric, but I think a lot of those things could apply to the other states as well. So I asked Dr. Nielsen to give that same presentation here with a little, you know, bit of tweaks for this audience. She is director of Oregon Sea Grants. And I thought it was a very helpful presentation then. So I'm hoping you guys find it helpful as well, because we promised in November that we would have something to the council for this November. So we need to get to work on. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over to Dr. Nielsen.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. I was just messing with the settings, and let's see. Just figured I'd try and show my face, but it looks like it's my first time on Ring Central and it's not happy with my camera setting. So apologize for the blank screen. As Susan said, this was prepared. It's a very Oregon centric presentation. I'm going to try and share my presentation now. Let's see here. Okay. Slideshow, allow. How's that look?
That looks good.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to know. I was in mode there. So as Susan said, let me introduce, I'm director of the Oregon Sea Grant Program, also a member of the Oregon Policy Advisory Council. And I did this presentation at their request to understand what was going on in Oregon. I would say it's not so much a gaps analysis at this point as just sort of a snapshot of the activities that are happening in Oregon right now that are research related to offshore wind. It obviously provides kind of a foundation for a gaps analysis, but I just wanted to give that caveat. So the kinds of sources that I use to develop the information I'm about to present to you was to survey. We have a scientific and technical advisory committee on the Oregon Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and I surveyed them for their awareness. They cover most of the higher education institutions in Oregon, so would have a good vantage. We regularly convene at Oregon State University. Every year we've been convening sort of an offshore wind in Oregon campus-wide discussion, so just to find out what people are working on. I requested input from a variety of those OSC researchers, and I also did some online award abstract searching in the databases for NSF and DOE. Not all of those sources present, not all of the funding agencies have a database quite like that. And not all research that's relevant to offshore wind development is tagged with offshore wind per se. So those are just all the caveats. And there are plenty of other, probably relevant research being done at other organizations, certainly outside of Oregon. So with those caveats in mind, I'll go ahead and share what we've been doing. I think all of you by now are also aware of the new consortium that was formed, the Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium, with Cal Poly Humboldt and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Those are the core members, and their intention is certainly to coordinate and collaborate on offshore wind research and to raise funding to do that work as needed. California and Oregon Sea Grant are on the advisory council for this organization, just for reference. I think this is a little more OSU centric, but I just wanted to share that the university's strategic plan has sort of 2 research growth areas identified related to climate science and solutions and clean energy. So I anticipate that at least OSU researchers will certainly be interested in pursuing research opportunities. Related to that Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium, they are intending, I said they were looking to fundraise. The Department of Energy just released relatively recently their announcement about funding for a center of excellence on floating offshore wind. And I know the consortium is intending to apply for that funding. Obviously, there's some other funding areas that they are putting forward. We shall see what happens with that. Obviously, their intention is to try and fill some of these gaps that we're identifying. The research that is happening right now in Oregon that is active and underway basically falls into this suite of topic areas. So there's a fair amount, very strong social science and human dimensions group that's working on a variety of questions related to marine energy, not just offshore wind, but also wave energy. And there's a good, strong marine ecology group, groups working on wildlife questions, fisheries questions, physical oceanography, biological oceanography engineering relative to the technology. And then there is a grant for supply chain and manufacturing that I'm aware of from Oregon that is taking place in Oregon. So in terms of the social science human dimensions piece, there is a Masters of Public Policy program, and they do a capstone course every year. And one of the project that they worked on this year was a qualitative analysis of the public comments that were submitted to BOEM in fall of 2023 for the Oregon fall areas and wind energy areas. And they extracted what the major themes were that people were writing in about, concerns around ecology, economic development, inefficiency concerns, climate change concerns, concerns about whales. And those folks also identified important gaps in knowledge. It's not going to be a surprise to this group, but gaps in knowledge about the impacts to whales and birds, the infrastructure itself, understanding what it is and what kinds of hazards might be involved, and what might be the impacts on the California current and associated upwelling, all areas of concern, and no doubt to this group as well. In addition, some of the faculty are working on perceptions of marine renewable energy development. And as you may know, Oregon State has been developing the PAC Wave facility. So this is a test bed site for developers of wave energy technology to come sort of do a grid connected test of their devices. And that is coming online soon. And they have been funded to do some research around the wave energy development. They have added wind energy to those efforts, and they have been involved in doing surveys in 2023 and 24 across Oregon, Washington, California. I think the results of those will be of interest to this group. They are doing additional interviews in Oregon to really be able to represent well coastal community concerns, because the surveys tend to overrepresent, let's put it this way, populated areas, metropolitan areas, not rural fishing community type interests. So they're going to be augmenting that, but they expect to have a white paper and public presentations available in the fall of 24. They're also doing research into community benefits from offshore wind development, sort of like what's happened, what has been going on with the ones on the East Coast or places that have been happening already. So they are doing interviews and case studies and surveys in Oregon, Washington, California, and Maine. And that project will go through 2026. They're trying to understand community perspectives on potential benefits to local economies and rural communities. And they're developing toolkits for communities on what these community benefit agreements have looked like. And they're partnering with a variety of partners to do that work. And this is funded by the Department of Energy as well. In the marine ecology realm, we have a group that is working a lot on right now on electromagnetic and geomagnetic fields and how that is affecting the behavior. Right now, they're focused on crabs and skates. They are very interested in how EMFs, electromagnetic fields, might impact the navigation behaviors of these organisms. Obviously, there are a variety of organisms that use that information to navigate, and they've been investigating what the impacts of those might be. They have done a small scale study. They're doing a larger scale study, and those results are coming out very soon. So stay tuned for those. Sarah Henkel has also been really involved in benthic habitat characterization for a while now. And you may remember that back in 2013, there was a pilot project by Principal Power off of Coos Bay being proposed, and she was involved in that work. So there is some data from near shore in that area and about how that work goes. And there is active investigation on the Packwave South facility to look at the effects of the cable installation on the benthos. So there are box core surveys being conducted right now to look at what the conditions are and who lives there now and what the impacts may be again after installation. I had fun. I was able to go out on one of those crews and participate in those box coring. It's very interesting. And additionally, there is a big survey underway right now, big study underway being led by Dr. Lisa Balance and her colleagues on marine mammals and seabirds. This is funded by Department of Energy, BOEM, and NOAA. And that infographic visualization on the right gives you a sense of the extent, the spatial extent. So basically from approximately Cape Mendocino up to the Washington border is the area of the survey. They're doing visual surveys. They've been out. I think those are largely wrapped up now. So we should see some results coming from those. So that's who's using which areas now. They are tagging some whales to understand their transit. They are doing some biopsy and photo IDs to better understand the population structure in the stocks. They're trying to understand residency and site fidelity. They've been doing some passive acoustic monitoring to listen. And they're also using a new technology. They're using some eDNA to try and understand if they can better get a sense of what's going on through those efforts. So their first phase of the research has been field research. As I said, that's largely wrapping up, and they're now into phase 2, where they're doing their analysis and developing products and information. I will say that mention that Lisa Balance was recently appointed to the Marine Mammal Commission. So that's just was just in the news recently. Obviously, has a lot of expertise in this area. Fisheries related. Francis Chan, who's based at OSU here, is doing got some NOAA special project funds, and he's working with fisheries scientists and modelers to and the fishing fleet here, particularly the trawl and Dungeness crab commodity commissions, to look at vulnerability assessment for Oregon's fisheries. And that just got started. This was some congressionally directed funding that came through NOAA. And then in addition, I'm sure many of you are aware of work that's been done not in Oregon, but that is relevant to Oregon on the effects on upwelling and in the area. So those have been informative, and folks have been taking a look at those. There are, it's a modeling study. It doesn't tell you about the ecosystem impacts, so some limitations to what that work can tell us. But it does, the main conclusions have been that there is some shifting of upwelling on the inshore and offshore sides of a potential array that shifts things outside the bounds of natural variability. But that net upwelling, so like where it is around the arrays, where upwelling is more intense, less intense around the arrays. And but that net upwelling in a wide coastal band changes relatively little. So what that reorganization means in terms of the ecosystem is really unknown at this point. So that's a data gap for sure. And but there are also a lot of smaller projects underway. They're kind of serendipitous sometimes. The graduate students or postdocs come in with funding from other places, and they work with faculty. So there's a study that's been going on right now that's been trying to understand the ocean perturbations induced by floating wind farm platforms per se. That other study that I just talked to you about earlier was more about the harvesting of the wind and what that implied for the upwelling. This one is more about what is the local perturbations around those platforms. And so they modeled those, and they, modeled different current speeds and looked at what the physical mixing would result. So again, this is the sort of physical outputs, and this is done by some visiting students supervised by Dr. Jessica Garwood in the Oceanography College of Earth, Atmospheric and Oceanographic Sciences at OSU. The Ocean Observatories Initiative is another entity that is monitoring the ocean off of Oregon, also up into Washington. They have moorings and gliders. They have a glider line off of Coos Bay that has not been monitored perhaps as frequently as some of the other lines. The Newport and Grays Harbor lines have been priorities, but Jonathan Fram has indicated to me that, depending on what happens, if there's interest in reprioritizing to the Coos Bay line, there is some prior data, and that could be an opportunity to fill a gap there. Let's see, engineering. In the engineering realm, we have at OSU, the Pacific Marine Energy Center is part of that consortium. OSU is part of it, and they have been trying to develop capabilities around real-time hybrid offshore wind modeling and making use of the Hinsdale Wave Research Laboratory, wherein they could really examine what the impacts and sort of vulnerabilities and technical aspects of the platforms and the turbines in a more dynamic environment. So this is something that is a area that they're hoping to do more work in, and they have been given some money for marine energy research in general from Congress recently, from our federal delegation here in Oregon. There's also a grant currently to look at supply chain and manufacturing, specifically the fabrication part. So the supply chain issues, fabricating the tension leg floating platforms. That's a different design than some of these submerged platforms, but how can you use robotics to weld these things efficiently and bring down the price? And so they're doing, this is with Alicia Chapman, Willamette Technical Fabricators based up in Portland. And they are doing that in an extended research on prototyping and that sort of work. Lastly, I wanted to point out that there is, this group may already be aware, but the National Academies has a standing committee on offshore wind, energy, and fisheries. And they are, there are folks from OSU on that, Jack Barth, physical oceanographer, and then from UC Davis, I see Stephen Jones, who's here, is a member of that, and I'm another faculty member from the University of Washington. So that'll be interesting to see what they come out with. That is just the quick roundup of stuff from Oregon. I think one last remark I might make is that the Oregon Policy Advisory Council has charged the Science and Technical Committee to work on basically summarizing up what are the research needs and gaps for Oregon, and to think about how Oregon might develop its own science entity or work on a region-wide one. I know California is advancing some kind of offshore wind science entity, and they've made some progress on that recently with their budgeting for, I think, the Ocean Protection Council to have some staff positions there. So I am going to, just for awareness, I am the chair of that scientific and technical committee, so I will be standing up that group to do that roundup, more comprehensive roundup of research needs, gaps, and what we know already. So I think that's all I've got. Happy to take any questions and hear any input also.
Thank you, Karina. That was very informative. Every time you make a presentation, I learn something new. So I appreciate that. I'll turn it over to Mike and Carrie for questions while I continue to take notes, but I'm hoping this would help inform our discussions on our, cumulative impacts, data gap, vision quest discussion. So Carrie and Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Susan. Thank you, Dr. Nielsen. That was super informative. Appreciate it. A lot of those names are on those various groups and committees and task forces are familiar. They represent a pretty high-powered cross-section of scientists of various disciplines who have lots of involvement in different areas. So it's good to see a lot of that expertise being shared and used, and including you. So if any of the NPC members have questions, please raise your hand. And if not, we are a little bit behind, so I'm hesitant to open it up to non-NPC members, but let's see if anyone has any follow-up questions. And as Susan mentioned, this is feeding into a report that we'll need to put together for the November council meeting that we can talk about a little later, but this is an important component of it. And one of the things that we identified last November was that we shouldn't be the ones to do a coastwide cumulative impacts evaluation. That's not really in our charge, or we don't have the resources to do that. But we did tell the council that we would do outreach and talk with other organizations, entities, federal agencies who are who may be doing this sort of thing. And anyway, so we need to put together a sort of a summary update of what's going on for the November meeting. I knew if I talked long enough, a hand would go up.
It's Larry's.
I know. I realized. So where did my agenda go? This item, we're on agenda item H. We still have to do a quick turnaround back to Jessica for HB 4080. We have 1 hour for this, 2:30 to 3:30, and it's not just on this presentation that Dr. Nielsen gave. This is also our chance to talk about the items that we heard today, and think about with an eye to putting together our report for the September council meeting.
Carrie, I have a question for the doctor too.
Okay, Mike, why don't you go ahead, and Larry, if we have a minute, we might turn to you, but no promises. Sorry, we're just on a tight timeline, but Mike, go ahead.
I think this is pretty brief. First off, Dr. Nielsen, I really appreciate that. That's more than I've heard in the last 6 years, I guess. And it's very encouraging to hear that. I do have one question. I've heard this before, that there's as I understand, a coastal upwelling is pretty productive and very intense, but doesn't produce quite as much. And the offshore upwelling, which is, I guess, more steady, I guess, is maybe a word, but you said that you thought the net impact would be, or the net production would be the same, and I've heard that before, but I've also read that there's quite a difference in nutritional value on what gets produced inshore versus offshore, either in phytoplankton or other types of plankton. Is that, do you think it nets out the same as far as food value, or is it too early to tell, or how would you answer that?
I think based on the modeling that we've done has really only been on the physics. And one might be able to take some of the oceanographic models and make some projections, but that work has not been done yet. It has not been taken to that stage yet. So I don't think we have, to my awareness, an answer to that question at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And the conclusions were, and the conclusions that I stated were basically verbatim from Dr. Barth, who's the physical oceanographer. That is not my training, so I wouldn't hazard to go beyond what he said, to be honest.
Yeah, I've actually met him a few times. Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate the presentation.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad it was informative.
Okay, let's see here. I don't see any other hands from MPC members. So Larry, if you could make a quick question so we don't get too much farther behind, we will allow that. We can also, I'm sure, follow up with Dr. Nielsen later if there's some, sort of general information questions that you have. But if you got a quick one, go for it, Larry.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I like Mike, I'm really impressed with the catalog of concerns and research needs that you've identified, and look forward to the results. I was wondering, relative to the potential changes in the currents, upwelling inside and outside of the structures, would that differentiation potentially affect hypoxia events, having lesser potential mixing shoreside from less upwelling? Is that in your discussion? If it was, I apologize for bringing it up again.
No, it wasn't in my discussion. It's a very interesting question. I've heard it raised before, actually. And my understanding is that the change, well, my understanding is that's not entirely clear. The difference in the depth of upwelling, so like where it's drawing water from, I don't know that I can give you a straight answer. I don't know that I can give you an actual technical answer to that question. It is an interesting one. I have heard it raised. I think it could be addressed. I think if you had somebody like Jack here who really understands what the physics of the system is, he could probably answer it for you. It's one thing that we're trying to do at Sea Grant is actually to get more of our technical experts in the community out in the community talking to folks and answering questions just like this, because I think that's missing right now. Kind of a non-answer. Sorry.
No, thank you. Consideration, another consideration.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I think we will cut you loose, Dr. Nielsen. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. You're welcome to stay on if you feel like it. But
thank you. I'll listen in for a little while. I've got to take off in a few minutes, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you.
Sounds good. Yeah, and thanks to Susan for putting this together. Okay, and you can stop sharing your screen if you like. Dr. Nielsen. So, all right, MPC, as I mentioned, we are now in the item H, MPC updates and discussion. So I think here we can open it up for a discussion on any of the presentations you heard today. You know, we're putting together our report, and I think the committee is getting really good at knowing their duties and putting together these updates. I don't think that there's any open comment periods right now. So, you know, I don't know that there's any sort of substantive decisions we have to make, but I guess I'll just open it up to see if people have any feedback or thoughts or, you know, questions about the presentations we heard. And then at some point, we want to turn back to Jessica also for her summary of HB 4080. I don't know if you want to do that now or later, Jessica.
I can. It's just a sentence. So for 4080, that was House Bill 48's offshore wind roadmap, and also adding 2 positions to DLCD, one for federal consistency review. So like what Jeff was talking about today, adding another position there to add capacity. And the other position was to kind of be the lead of the roadmap, which is we've heard about previously. And the only update I have is that DLCD has posted those positions, and I believe they're in the hiring process. So trying to get those filled so that that roadmap effort can move forward under the direction of that new hire. It's the only update I have there.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey,
All
Carrie,
right then. Well, yeah, go ahead.
did you want to take a short break?
Oh yeah, I said that we were going to take a break, didn't I? Yeah, why don't we do a quick 5-minute break, if that sounds okay to everyone, and then come back for our discussion and plan next steps and deadlines and assignments, things like that, if that sounds okay to everyone.
That works.
All right. Reconvene at 3:13. Okay, 6-minute break over. Susan and Mike, are you guys back?
Yep. I am. I can't speak for Mike.
All right, let's give him a second. Mike Conroy, are you back with us?
Yes.
Ah, good. Hello. All right, then let's pivot to a discussion among MPC members about what we've heard today. And, you know, again, I don't think that there's a whole lot of, if any, you know, decisions to make or actions to take or to recommend that the council take. There's no open comment periods at this point. So probably, unless I'm missing something, our report will be largely informational. We did get a lot of information today, so I think that's good. That it'll be appreciated by the council and the rest of the advisory bodies. But you know, we don't have any comment letters, at least at this point. You know, we are still in a sort of a holding pattern, waiting for the Aquaculture Opportunity Area programmatic EIS, the California programmatic EIS, activities or opportunities on the 2 port projects, Port of Long Beach and Humboldt Bay, and that sort of thing. So, Susan or Mike, do you guys want to talk a little bit about, you know, preparing for what might happen in November? And I guess, you know, before we pivot back to the report for September, well, maybe I'll pause there first. So regarding September, the September council meeting and the report that we're going to put together for September, am I missing something, or is this going to be largely informational, summarizing what we've heard today and, you know, other sort of updates and activities like we normally do?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Carrie. I think the only things that we've learned today that we don't have today, but we should have before September, would be the final EA and the final sale notice, right? And we can, depending upon when those are available, we might be able to include them in our report for the ABB. Otherwise, we just make reference to it, right? And then if we have to submit it as a supplemental, we have to submit them as a supplemental. I'm not expecting anything from either draft programmatic EIS, either the AOAs or the 5 lease sites before September, but I think you're right. I think, you know, that time frame between the September meeting and the November meeting is going to be a busy one. But yeah, to me, it seems like it'll be informational only, unless I'm missing something. Susan, are you kind of in accord on that?
Yes.
Okay, Carrie, we validated your belief.
Okay, good. I want to make sure I wasn't missing something there. Yeah, and when those final products come out, the EA and the final sale notice, you know, there's no comment period associated with those, so we can post them as attachments to the briefing book, or if they're out in time, we can make reference to them in our report. So before we talk about deadlines and assignments and things like that for September, let's look ahead a little bit to November. I think I mentioned in an email to the MPC that we will have to have our normal online meeting 5 to 6 weeks in front of the November council meeting. So I sent out a doodle poll, which I think encompassed a handful of dates in early October, looking to a mid-October deadline to get our report in the advanced briefing book for November. So that is definitely going to happen. And then last year, right before the November council meeting, we met in person for the first and only time. And everything that I heard and what I feel, it was very valuable to get some FaceTime with each other. They're just more productive meetings, and you know, there's a lot of it provides a good opportunity to have some substantive discussions. And you guys wrote that in your report, said, hey, we should do that again. We are in a penny pinching mode, as everyone should know by now. And so having a standalone MPC meeting in person wasn't included in this year's budget. But that doesn't mean that it's definitely off the table. There is a possibility that we might be able to have an in-person meeting in conjunction with the November council meeting. And the only day that that could really happen would be Tuesday, November 12th. And so just stay tuned. I'll let you know. So there's a possibility that we would have an online meeting in early October and then convene in person on that Tuesday. Most of the MPC members are going to be there for the November council meeting in person anyway. You might have to come down a day or two early. There's a handful who would not otherwise travel. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that, unless someone has any questions about the meeting outlook and meeting planning. I'll just pause for a second. Okay, good. So then again, looking ahead to November, Mike or Susan, do you want to, or Jessica, do we want to have an initial discussion of the cumulative impacts, analysis / data sources / data gaps, or should we not discuss that now? Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I can give my kind of 2 cents as someone who was thinking about this a lot when we were writing it. When it came up last November after our in-person meeting, and then I'm thinking about it for that March report. I think the main goal that we were trying to get across is that the council has had continued discussions and comments and letters to BOEM and others about the importance of cumulative impacts and how really those impacts are scalable based on how many installations and developments occur on the West Coast. And so there's a range of those scenarios, from just thinking about statewide goals and as we're seeing of where those locations may be. And those will all change based on, the capacity of the turbines and how many are needed to meet those energy goals. So it seems like, based on what the discussion that happened on the council floor is, and I agree, that the MPC is not the group to conduct this type of cumulative impacts. But as we saw today, there are groups that are going forward, like Dr. Nielsen talked about, thinking about what's happening in Oregon and bringing together, data gaps and doing this data gap analysis, as well as, now there are strategic plans being developed for offshore wind, like we've seen Lila present for kind of like the Southwest and Northwest Fisheries Science Centers. So I think our intended purpose originally was to make sure that the council's view of what we think is important, or what the council has deemed important, and what these ranges are and the types of questions that we're looking for information on to inform our decision-making process, or the council's decision-making process, is really important. And so maybe that's just the clarity we need to provide, is that maybe this document is more almost like an RFP, like an RFP where we say, hey, please consider these things when you're doing these efforts, and kind of keeping those communication lines open for what the council's looking for from some of these analyses that will be moving forward and in a more speedily approaching time frame, as everything keeps moving forward so fast and new groups keep coming forward. But that's just my initial thoughts, is maybe that's the way to frame this, instead of actually, writing up a full type of analysis outline.
Yeah, I agree. Corey, I see your hand up too. Yeah, I think, there's been at least in my mind, a little bit of a metamorphosis of, this idea of, I still think that having a long-term coastwide cumulative impact, sort of a true marine spatial planning exercise and impact assessment is really important. But I don't know that that's happening right now, but the pieces of the puzzle seem to be being developed. And so to the extent that we can sort of, write sort of a white paper on who's doing what and what's out there, what are the moving parts and the players in the world of offshore wind energy and fisheries and coastal communities, that's only going to help with council decision making. And, if we can help connect the dots to, fisheries or policy or regulation or impacts, I see that as a benefit. So I agree with you, Jessica. Any other follow-ups to that point? Otherwise, we can turn to Corey, or maybe Corey, you have.
Yeah, I think it's connected. Well, I had a specific question, but I'll hold off. But yeah, I think, in Washington, our Department of Ecology has been leading a data gaps project for a couple years now. And, with this GridWorks report, included this recommendation for a research consortium. And then the West Coast Ocean Alliance has been talking similarly. So I think who knows where it's all going to go, but something like Jessica and Carrie are talking about that highlights the council's interests will have some place to be helpful at some point, it seems. In the Science Center's strategic plan that Jessica mentioned is one. But in terms of cumulative impact analysis of what you just mentioned, Carrie, I missed Lila's present update today, but on the WOW, I don't even know, I forget how they're pronouncing it, WOW TS or spelling it out, but that was the bare bones of a cumulative impacts analysis, what they were proposing there. And that was the first time, well, I've seen them say they're going to take on fisheries impacts and have been wondering how they're going to do that. But today is the first day we heard them mention, I think, that the Northwest Fisheries Science Center was involved in that. So question them and maybe not for now, but yeah, it'd be nice to hear more about what they're doing, because they have those scenarios of topologies where it's, 15 gigawatts by 2035 and 55 by so it's a coast-wide build-out scenario, and they're going to be looking at fishing impacts. So yeah, I didn't get to ask my question earlier, ran out of time, but how are they doing that, and how much is it going to look like what we would ask for in terms of cumulative impacts on fishing communities? Not to put Lila on the spot, but I don't know if I don't think you were with us this morning either, but they mentioned the Science Center's helping them with that.
Yeah, sorry, Corey. I'm not sure what you're referring to. The WOW. I don't know what that is.
It's PNNL's. It was our first agenda item after introduction today.
Oh, the transmission workshops?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I've participated in at least one of those workshops. I'm not aware of any partnership we have beyond having just participated in the workshops. So.
Okay. And they did offer, since you weren't here, to follow up with that, or if we had questions, we could follow up with them, but I saw Jessica's hand go up. Sorry, I'll stop.
Hey, Carrie?
Yeah.
Jessica, is that a new hand?
Yeah, but go ahead.
No, you first.
No, I was just going to respond to Corey. Yeah, I think what I'm envisioning too is a similar, what you're saying of those typologies that we saw earlier of the different scenarios, but more from a council focus. And so I agree with you that there's a lot of moving parts, and each agency and state are all coming up with different ways to look at this. So it would be good to get council's viewpoint out there to be referenced.
Yeah, and I was just going to kind of piggyback on that. Like, you know, Corey's probably intimately familiar with what's going on in the state of Washington. I would assume, Jessica, you are for Oregon, and I assume that Crystal or somebody from California is, but, you know, are the three states talking to one another? Are the three states all working on the same thing? If what this thing, Vision Quest, Roadmap, whatever the heck it is, sort of a central repository of information that outlines, you know, data gaps, and if those data gaps are being looked at, who's looking at them? I mean, just from having listened to what Mike from Fish and Wildlife Service was saying about birds, I mean, we could add a whole slew of things just based upon some of the answers that he provided to the questions. So, you know, maybe that's a view of how this is, so that, you know, folks who are interested in this from the council side of it can say, well, who's doing this? And look it up and say, well, this is something that, you know, WDFW is doing, ODFW is doing, California's thinking about doing it, but hasn't started yet. And it would provide an avenue for, you know, the West Coast Oceans Alliance, if John's looking for a research project to pick up on, or if anybody else is looking on it for a research project to pick up on, it will kind of outline what the council views as a priority in terms of research needs, data needs.
Yeah, I said a lot of things, but that's what I was agreeing with you guys on. And sorry, Steve, I didn't see you, but I also think we should investigate what the transmission study is doing. It was the second part.
Yeah, don't at all disagree on that. I guess the good news is, if my memory is correct on that, there should be a draft of the, I don't know what to call it, WOW TS, whatever it was called, at some point in time, either by the end of the year or beginning of next year. But you're right. I mean, that opens up. I mean, we've been looking at this more just from the turbine placement, substation placement, and transmission corridors, not even thinking about the transmission planning element, especially that 50 gigawatts by 2050 and all that'll entail. Steve Johnner.
You know, when I was talking about the work that we've the meetings we've had with National Marine Fisheries Service and the work that needs to be done there, and just looking within the tribal community, you know, you have different tribes with different perspectives and different priorities, and you know, I kind of feel like we're being pulled in so many different directions. And then when Karina Nielsen, was that her name, from Oregon OSU, was giving her report, I thought, that's some really interesting stuff. And how can we all kind of at least coordinate, if not collaborate, on this? And would it be possible to have something along the lines of a Cal Coffee, where you know, there's not one agency in charge, but just a loose collective of all the players, where all the different projects are listed and the folks involved? You know, the council seems like a logical place, kind of the central depository for this, but I don't know if it would work better having again something along the lines of Cal Coffee. Does that make sense?
No, it kind of does. And now I'm just thinking out loud, what was that? There's that new consortium that was just set up that Karina mentioned, and Susan threw it into the chat, a link to it. And maybe that's something that's gonna overlap there, fit nicely in there. I don't know the answer. I don't know enough about either of them to offer an informed opinion on that.
Steve, when you say Cal Coffee, do you mean like the annual conference, or do you mean like the data gathering portion of that, or what exactly?
I mean both, because you know, they were formed for a need, and that was, I think it started with the sardines, but they've grown from there, and they put out an annual report, and have an annual meeting. And not that we need another meeting, but this thing's getting so big. And I think that I for one would like to know, are all of our questions being addressed? Can we really address the cumulative impacts? Starting with, to me, the first question is, what does this do to upwelling? And then everything that follows all the way through the transmission lines. And then, I'd like to know what would happen if a blade falls apart, or we get a hurricane wind and several blades fall apart. Who's going to be? Do we have a lost blade department like a fire department? So there's just a lot of loose ends that I think we could easily tie up without really creating another organization, but just again, I don't think Cal Coffee doesn't have a director. They just have the agencies involved, and I know a little bit about it, but not enough to say here's how you'd put it together.
Can I interject something here?
Susan?
Mike?
Oh. Well, yeah, let Susan, I think she had a response to something I brought up. Then we'll go to you.
Thanks, Mike. So one of the things that I thought about during Karina's presentation was all of these entities. And no, I have an echo. Hang on. Let Mike go and I'll come back. Oh, no, it's not there. Okay.
I fixed it.
Look, all these entities, what if I went through her presentation, or worked with somebody else to go through her presentation, some of the others that we know about, like, AB 80 in California, WCOA, did a general description of each of them and where they're all at in what they're doing for offshore wind, and take a look at that at our next MPC meeting. That might give us an idea of where to go next for, filling some of those data gaps, or who to ask, or things like that. Would something like that be helpful? I'm happy to work with somebody to pull that together.
I'll jump in and say that's just what I had in mind, Susan, but you typically, or as you typically do, came up with the way to do it.
Okay. Anybody else? Or go to Mike next, whatever. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go Mike, Lila, then Corey.
How about now?
You're muted, Micah. Roger that.
Sorry. Yeah, I would agree with Steve, Susan. I think that's a great idea. Going back to where we kind of came in the door, what Carrie said, the first time I heard about cumulative impacts was actually on the East Coast 6.5 years ago, and how BOEM refused to even take it up. But I think if you're really going to look at what's going to happen to the ocean and the EEZ and the California current, you got to dial this information into it. And one of them is how far are they going to develop the ocean? Or if you're not going to do it that way, at least make different models with different amounts of turbines and wind farms out there. But I think you absolutely are looking at things now that are adding up in that direction on how you would put together a good cumulative impact study, even in the modeling stage. And what you're doing also, Dr. Nielsen was talking about was, well, now there might be some input into some of these holes that were unfilled before. At least they're taking looks at where they need to do the research. The idea of a Cal Coffee type arrangement, I think it'd be a little bit different, but if you could put something like that together, I think it'd be huge, but the expense might be pretty bad too. So, but maybe not. Maybe you could do it as a volunteer thing or something like that. So these are great ideas, I guess is what I'm saying. So the more you toss it around, I think the more we'll probably be able to get behind something, or at least get farther down the road. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Lila, and then Corey.
Yeah, along the lines of what Susan and Steve and Mike have talked about, in terms of like our something that's more regional or consortium, in terms of AB 80, if that were to move forward, this like having some recommendations for the council's role and what you'd want to see in terms of a group like that tackling this, it would be good to have, I guess, think about it in that context in case that kind of a group gets started under AB 80 pretty soon. That's it. That's all I have to contribute.
Thanks, Lila. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, no, I think Steve's Cal Coffee idea is, I think, the same spirit as these research consortium recommendations that you're seeing from GridWorks and talked about at WCOA. And I think, so I'm trying to connect Jessica's and Carrie's thoughts about what any kind of documentation this group would put together, the council would put together, versus what Susan was saying about, I guess, I mean, I missed Susan's idea, but documenting the various efforts going on. But I think the role of this group would be what Jessica and Carrie were saying, to lay out the questions that, and to support the idea for something like a research consortium Cal Coffee idea. But yeah, am I misunderstanding what your idea was, Susan? So I think we could call that, we can see the use for one, but for the council to be that, I don't. It's
Right.
Those two ideas don't go together in my mind.
Yeah, well, for me, it was more in order to know who to go to with some of these questions, I need to know what they're doing. So that was kind of my starting point, was what are these guys doing? What are their aims? How are they formed? That kind of thing, so that we'd know, if we do have questions, who could we look to answer them, or things like that. Because I think there's a lot of space out there that people are trying to fill to do some of the research. You have WCOA, you have Pacific Offshore Wind Consortium, you have Sea Grant, it's hard for me to know who to go to. And, there may be more than one, but which can deliver information sooner rather than later, or on a time frame that we want to know about. I guess
Okay.
that's where my mind was going.
I got it now. I got a better. No.
Okay.
Is it what real one quick thing, Jessica? But I think if you take the most thought out thing I've seen so far is the strategic plan from the science centers, and then if you add, like Mike was saying, the seabird questions we saw today, that's a pretty darn solid start. But yeah, I think figuring out who's doing what's, I get the idea now. Thanks. I think that would be good.
I think it should have some council involvement or affiliation, just because, this is a council committee we're on, and the folks that have the most at stake in these impacts from offshore wind energy development are, they're part of the council family, the fisheries, the ports, the tribes. And so I'd like it to stay kind of close to home. It wouldn't be anything actually organized or directed by the council, but it would be affiliated in some way where, the council staff could help just to coordinate, to facilitate the distribution of projects and results and groups that are gathering and so on. Kind of like, I don't know, we have energy czars. Carrie could be the wind czar.
Thank you. I declined the nomination, but yeah, it's sort of a clearinghouse is what I'm hearing. I like Susan's idea of like who's doing what. You could almost treat that as sort of this grid approach, like each organization, like what are their what is their focus area or areas? What are their products going to be? What is their timing? And then that I see that as sort of a compendium or a companion to our main report for November that would be, that would dive into, in my view, a little more detail about, the science questions and social science questions that we and data sources, questions that we have and sources and research that's going on. So anyway, I think I saw Jessica's hand up, and then Corey, is yours still up?
Yeah, Carrie, you
Yes.
pretty much said what I was going to say. I was just going to mention, I think that what Susan's talking about is a really great resource for distribution of whatever the council document that comes forth for this, of what the council wants to see. That would be a great avenue to start those coordination calls and discussions, as well as to distribute that list to those that are embarking on this type of work, to make sure that they're, if they can, able to cover some of those council considerations are, and then understanding that we'd be interested in hearing their report backs. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you. Corey, is your hand still up?
Yes. Well, I think there are two ideas then, but I think what you'd want, if let's just say there's a research consortium at some point that's coordinating all this stuff. So there's figuring out what's going on, but you also, I think at the state level in Washington, you talked about, you want it to be a two-way thing where it's not just hearing what they're doing. It's like having, I don't know if they call them advisory bodies or what, but making sure the council has a stronger voice, not just a document, and the fishing communities have a voice in what research they're doing and how they're prioritizing things. So I think there would be more, we want to encourage more of an active two-way communication with, assuming one gets formed one day with the consortium versus just a distribution list. And so there's two different ideas out there, as it sounds like. Both good.
Yeah, Corey, I would say I agree with that, because it would allow the council to prioritize and support different projects as able.
I'm having a flashback to something else we worked on recently where it's not coming about what were we working on? I'll have to think about it. But yeah, same kind of thing. We want people to have a dialogue with the council on what's important, not just have some documents.
One thing I haven't heard mentioned is the social economic side, but maybe it just goes without saying. But I mean, so far I haven't really heard much about anybody doing anything on that end of it. So,
Mike, that's what I was saying, and Carrie just mentioned it. But that's what are these the WOW TS group doing? I think it was you that asked them what they were doing, and I wasn't following, but that seems to be what they're trying to do in a cumulative impacts type of fashion. Is what is the impact of fishing going to be in those things? It's not just transmission lines; they have actually locations of where the turbines or the farms would be, at least.
well, that's and
So I mean, we should
and again,
figure out what they're doing.
it's a long-term project, because the more you put turbines in the water, the less fishing there's going to be. might start out with very little effect, and then, but guys that are just watching their assets diminish in value are probably not going to hang around for the finish. So anyway.
Yeah, no, well, hear you there, but I mean, and I don't know if anyone else saw the timeline on this transmission study project, but I don't think it's very long. I think it's like another year. But then what they were saying they were going to do is look at the impacts out to 2030 and 2050 even. So yeah, if we want to, not to overemphasize how influential the results of that today might be, but maybe just adding it to a list of if we can invite them back for November to focus just on the fisheries cumulative impacts analysis they're doing, that might be a good idea. Or October, whenever that.
Well, it sounds like it's
other
got
meeting is gonna be.
possibilities, at least in my mind.
I will call on myself here. Yeah, I probably should have said this at the outset. I don't remember if the presenters on the transmission study, there's actually two different transmission studies going on, but they're kind of working, they're sort of complementary. So I had a conversation with them a couple of weeks ago. Actually, that was in July, so a month ago, and in prep for this. And they're trying to scope, they have these contracts to basically scope out what it would take to accomplish the renewable energy goals or offshore wind goals. And they're looking at, policy and technical feasibility and, all sorts of stuff. And they wanted to know about, what are the impacts that they should identify. So they're basically writing sort of these white papers, to identify the analyses that should be done and the impacts that need to be considered and things like that. So I sent them an email with links to a bunch of our previous letters that highlight, our authorities and our repeated themes about, habitat protections and fishing impacts and coastal community impacts. And, I linked them to the national standards, including National Standard 8, which is about, making sure that impacts to communities are minimized, that sort of thing. So they're, just to be clear, they're not the ones who are going to be doing these impacts analyses, but they are, they want to provide the information about, what sort of considerations are there for, if you wanted to achieve those lofty goals. And
Well,
they did want to hear back from us. So I think that was helpful. And I think it would be, I think it might be I think it'd be interesting to maybe invite them back again, or, see if they have more questions for us or we for them or that sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, I think that plays a role in,
because
what we're talking about.
Because I've been following, and I think Mike Conroy's on it too. They have a number of different advisory groups, and I've only been to make a couple, but they picked fisheries as a low-hanging fruit kind of idea. And I haven't got back to him. Like, what do you mean that it looks pretty hard? And then Larry asked them in the chat about could they do the same thing for upwelling kind of oceanography, and they said, well, we hope to do that in the future. So I think they're doing a bit more than writing white papers, but yeah, I think I can volunteer to help figure out what they're doing. But yeah, I think we should think closely about asking them to come back and explain what they're doing on the fishing impacts.
Yeah, and I think I don't remember if they mentioned this, but I think they're putting out a request for information. Did they talk about that during their?
That was the Department of Energy piece of it. That's the second part of the presentation. I was talking about the third part.
Yeah, to that point, Carrie, they're hoping to have that published in the Federal Register. I think she said next week.
Thank you. I was tuned out for that. Yeah. So, so maybe that's an action item for us. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but, that would provide us an opportunity to provide, more official feedback.
Yeah, and just to be clear, they reached out to us, right? We didn't uncover them anywhere. They reached out to us trying to figure out what would be the best way to get fishing industry involvement in the transmission siting conversation, because as we all know, we haven't been a part of those conversations. So to the extent that they proactively did the outreach and were interested in what it was that we had to say, that's definitely something to be applauded.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, who else? Have we sufficiently discussed this notion? I think we probably have. There will be a lot of work to be done by, to have a product ready for the November briefing book. So, that means signed, sealed, and delivered by mid-October. So after we finish off the September report, we should probably turn our attention to the next one, because there's also, as we all know, there's other tasks coming down the pike that we'll have to be ready to crank out letters and probably work with the Habitat Committee on, that sort of thing. So, all right. Well, should we move to the final agenda item? Mike, Susan, does that sound all right?
Yeah, I think so. I just, when we get to assigning folks, it's particularly the DOE one, right? We can frame that portion of our reports as sort of a lead-in for what we hope, how that could be helpful for November as well. So it's just something to think about as we get there, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
All
What's
right.
next?
Well, for this report, I think that's where we are now, right? Putting together a September report. In my email last week, I had suggested contributors having their draft sections done by August 20. Oh no, trying to read what I read. Oh, by 8:15. So that's just 3 days from now. And then have a few days, I and Mike and Susan could put it together and send it back out for review, shooting for by Monday, maybe even earlier I'm looking at the wrong month, sorry. Yeah, by Friday. It'd be nice to get it back out to you guys by Friday, and then have comments due on the 19th, which is Monday. It's a quick turnaround, sorry. And then it is due, I have to turn it in, I think the 21st or the 22nd. So I guess for those, most people know what their assignments are, right? The NIMS report, the state reports, the tribal report, and then we have these other presentations from today. So I guess I want to, know who might be willing. Mike mentioned getting voluntold if you don't volunteer. So I think we have the transmission planning business to be summarized, and these don't need to be, super complicated, right? Page, a half a page, writing, something like that. We'll want to do a quick BOEM update, which should be pretty easy. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And then the summarizing. Susan, how do you want to handle the Karina Nielsen report? Maybe we don't need to decide now, but anyway, those are some of the parts of this report that aren't really yet assigned. So, right, do we have interest or willing or unwilling volunteers to take on writing up summaries of any of those?
Carrie?
I can hold up the Karina Nielsen part. You know, it won't be much because it was just an overview of what's going on, but I can cover that.
Cool. Yes, Mike.
Shocker, I'll take California.
Yeah. Well, I already had you down for California. You and Crystal, Susan,
Steve.
Jessica, Corey, Mike.
I'll help with California.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
And then
Jessica. Yep.
I kind of added, I put bullet points in the notes for the BOEM stuff from Oregon and California. I can cover that. And then when do you expect to have the recording and transcript from today available?
The transcript can be available right away after this. I can just download it. And I think, yeah, and then just send it around. The recording, it would be probably at least tomorrow because it takes a long time for the recording to get whatever it does. So maybe by tomorrow.
Okay, if somebody wants to work with me on the transmission part, I'm fine with that too. Don't all speak at once.
I can help Mike if you need.
I'll help you, Mike.
Okay.
All right. Corey Niles, and was that Steve?
Me,
also?
Steve.
Okay,
Tribal
great.
error.
I was about to volunteer, so I'm glad that
And
the
Karen.
silence forced you. Oh no. Okay, good. How about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act business? Does anyone have a particular interest in summarizing that? I'll do that one if you guys want, and maybe I'll call out Lila to support me on that a little bit. Our NIMS rep. That shouldn't be that big of a deal, I don't think.
I paid attention to that one. I can help whoever else. But sorry, I got to run. But just let me know assignments, and I can have time this week.
Okay, sounds good. Well, first and foremost, work with your fellow state reps on writing up the state by state sections. Yeah, and then Mike and I think it was Corey and Steve Scheiblower will do the offshore wind transmission planning business. I'll do the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Susan will write up the Karina Nielsen presentation. And then I think the rest are self-explanatory. Yeah. I don't know. Am I missing anything?
Jessica had her hand up, but then she put it down. Jessica, did you still have a question?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I would have done the BOEM update, but Mike took it, so I put my hand down. But Mike, I'm happy to take that off your plate if you want.
If you don't mind, if you want it, I'm not going to begrudge you.
Yeah, go. I'll take it. Don't worry.
Perfect. Do you want to do the transmission planning too?
No, I really think you'll be great at that.
Thanks. Carrie, do we have a land on a date for October?
No, not everyone has filled out the doodle poll yet. So if you haven't, please fill that in when you can. And look, I sent an email out last week, I guess it was.
And then I wasn't paying all that close attention, but I think I was eating at the time. Did we get general consensus on the idea that an in-person meeting in November would be a good thing?
Oh, I think so. I mean,
okay.
That's what unless anyone objects, that's what you guys all liked having that meeting last year and wrote up that you want to do that again. And I see thumbs flying through the air. So Yeah, I mean, basically, here's where it stands. Like I mentioned, it's not in our budget. It is in our budget for next year. So it got back in for the next year's budget. But I made I talked to Susan and Mike about this a week or two ago. And so I've made a pitch to my bosses to make it happen. And it would be on that Tuesday, November 12th. So if anyone here on the NPC has any concerns, you don't have to say it out loud. Or you can if you want. If you know that you couldn't make it, or or you have some other challenges, let me know, because that would go into the the calculus. I also would pitch it to be a hybrid meeting, so that if people can't travel for health reasons or some personal reasons, they could dial in remotely. We did that last year too. We want to be careful with those, because we don't want to give the impression that, oh, if you don't feel like going to a meeting, you can just call in. So there's a little bit of a high bar for it, but typically if this happens with the Habitat Committee, there's a couple of people that have some health issues that makes it difficult to travel. And so they write an email request to my boss to say, hey, I really want to go to the meeting. I can't physically be there. Can I please have permission to remote in? And, as long as it's reasonable, then, they're going to allow it. So there is that option, although it sort of, you don't want it to get to a point of defeating the purpose of having an in-person meeting, right? If half the people just remote in. But anyway, there is that option. I've made the pitch. We'll see. I'm not sure when I'll get an answer, but that's where it stands. So why don't I and Mike and Susan send around an email after this, just to clarify tasks and responsibilities, and then I guess if there's nothing else at this point, then maybe it's time to adjourn. So I'll look around for hands and look to Mike and Susan, see if there's anything else we missed or we need to cover before we adjourn. I see no hands. I think everyone's done. All right. Well, then why don't we wrap this up? Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. This was a pretty long day. These meetings are, for some reason, online meetings they seem harder than in-person meetings. But I appreciate everyone's participation. Look for an email and get ready for the quick turnaround report writing, and we'll be in touch soon. All right. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks all.
Thank you, everyone.